Are we live now, Ms. Fritz?
And we are live now.
Thank you. It is 6:02 p.m. I am hereby calling to order the successor agency to the San Fernando Redevelopment Agency meeting. We will start with roll call. Ms. Fritz?
Yes. Councilmember Mendoza.
You're on mute.
Present.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Ballin.
I'm present, but I would like everyone to note that I'm having problems with my connection and everyone keeps freezing on me. So the city manager advised me not to turn my camera on and I might have better luck. So just so everyone knows why I'm not turning it on tonight, but present.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Present.
Mayor Fajardo.
And I am here. We do have a quorum. I will move to approve the agenda for the successor agency. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, Ms. Fritz?
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
And Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Ms. Fritz, do we have any public comments for the successor agency meeting?
Mr. Mayor, we do not have any public comments submitted for the successor agency.
Thank you. Therefore, I will move to approve the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Okay.
Second.
Second by Pacheco. Ms. Fritz?
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Is there any agency discussion? I see none. Mr. Kimball, any staff communication?
No staff communication for the agency.
Thank you. Therefore, I will move to adjourn our successor agency meeting. A second, please.
Second.
A second.
Second by Mendoza. And roll call, please.
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
And Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. We are adjourned for the successor agency meeting. It is 6:05 p.m. I am hereby calling to order the regular San Fernando City Council meeting, once again beginning with roll call. Ms. Fritz?
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Ballin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Present.
Mayor Fajardo.
And I am here. We do have a quorum. I will be leaving the meeting momentarily and will return shortly. Vice Mayor Pacheco, if you can please lead the council through the Pledge of Allegiance and the early part of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. I would like to have the city council approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, and I'll second.
Okay, and roll call, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Yes.
And Mayor Fajardo is absent.
Excellent. I believe we would like to begin with a presentation, Mr. Kimball, is that right?
Board Member Gomez will be joining us a little later in the meeting, so we can skip the presentation for now and come back to that later. And then we can move on to decorum and order and public statements.
Okay, the decorum and order are posted in the agenda. Ms. Fritz, are there public statements?
Vice Mayor Pacheco, yes, this evening I have one public statement submitted.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. This is from Severin Ashkenazi of Ashkenazi Development. Dear Mr. Kimball, since our most recent communication regarding the status of Tesla Supercharger Station to be located on Lot 8, I have been further considering how the project got to this stage without any community involvement or a parking study to analyze the effect of taking 17 parking stalls for the exclusive use of Tesla and its customers. I believe that Tesla with community input can have a charging station that everyone can be satisfied with. It is my understanding that Tesla delayed the project from November of 2019 to November of 2020, and that the city has commissioned a parking study commencing on Thursday, August 8th, and concluding in March of 2021. I am recommending that the city and Tesla stand down with construction until the parking study identifies locations for customer and employee parking, and then the most appropriate location for Tesla superchargers. Although parking does not seem to be an issue now, keep in mind that the downtown is almost 22% vacant. Traffic is down due to COVID-19, and current uses require different parking demands than the desired uses. Additionally, the parking lots should be considered opportunity sites for revitalization, and committing the lots for periods of 5 years plus could keep the city from taking advantage of future economic development opportunities. In our conversations, it was indicated that Mr. Tim Howe reached out to Mall Merchants Association in the early planning stages. I followed up with the association. It was made clear to me that it was an incomplete effort, and it wasn't until the item appeared on a city council agenda that I became aware of it. This is not the best way to build trust and partnership with property and business owners. We are members of the Chamber of Commerce and the Mall Merchants Association. Neither group was able to inform its members of the proposed changes. I have included the staff report and photos of a charging station under construction in Granada Hills for reference, so that the council can be familiar with the decision made by council vote. We are available to meet or discuss at your earliest convenience to hopefully create a better solution. And with regard to the photos, I can forward that via email after the meeting. And that is the only public statement that I have received. That concludes public statements.
And thank you, City Clerk. Just for council's notification, we do have it printed in the agenda that anyone that calls in prior to 6:15 may make public statements. So it's 6:10 right now. I would recommend that we wait, that we keep public statements open an additional 5 minutes, or if someone does come in the next 5 minutes, we come back to public statements and allow them to make that statement.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's something we can do. We can come back if there's any statements or phone calls coming in. Absolutely.
All right, thank you. I will jot down the time and make sure if anyone calls in, we'll include them in our public statements.
Excellent, thank you. I think that brings us now to the consent calendar. If there are any city council members that wish to discuss any item.
I would like to pull agenda item number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Number 8. Are there any other items? Great, Mr. Gonzalez, would you like to have the floor on this item?
Yes, thank you so much. So this agenda item number 8 is pretty straightforward. It's basically designating some of our park space that is currently not being utilized to be able to be utilized by certain businesses that actually cannot utilize their space. For example, gyms, fitness centers, dance studios, or cycling studios, because they're not allowed to have that type of service indoors due to COVID-19. So we're actually allowing our parks to be able to be utilized. For example, basketball courts, possible parking lots, and then also like tennis courts. I 100% agree with this. I know I brought this up earlier, and I know our city staff was working on it. They did a great job. I just have one basic question in regards to this. It was actually brought up to me by due to COVID-19. So we're actually allowed. I actually have one question that was brought up to me by a business owner. So here it states a small banner no larger than 6 by 3.5 feet may be placed within 20 foot of the permitted area during instruction only. So I'm assuming that that is a banner to say that it is their dance studio or their gym or whatever it may be. The question was, because this states that that's the only thing that they're allowed to have, there was some concern about, let's say, for example, the dancers and what the dancers may be wearing. For example, the younger girls out there in their tutus or even older individuals, and that it may cause some discomfort. And they wanted to know if it would be plausible to be able to put up some type of shade structure around them, not necessarily a shade structure overhead, but around the perimeter, to be able to kind of block the view of people in the park, just to create a little more security for the individuals while they were being able to operate in our parks. So that was a question brought to me, and I wanted to bring it obviously to our council.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I don't know if staff has any comments or any other council members would like to speak on the issue.
Well, I support the partition. That's what they're asking for. They would like partitions to partition off so they can have a level of privacy, but they're still outside. And I do support that 100%. We want our young ladies to feel as comfortable as possible without having strangers just looking at them and being entertained by their dance moves. So I think we need to respect their privacy. And now I have to ask you, Councilmember Gonzalez, they're going to be providing the partitions if we so approve?
Correct. That's what I was thinking. If there was individuals that wanted to do it, that they could provide their own partitions. This is also another opportunity that if they made a request for some type of shade that could be, for example, what I imagined after I heard this was I pictured Pioneer Park because they have the tennis courts inside, that we might be able to utilize the tennis courts and put up like a shade fencing, like a mesh fence or something that could just be zip tied for the day or clipped on to the fence, around the fence, to create a type of shade structure for them to be able to dance, and then they could take it down and take it with them at the end of the day and not leave it up. And if a business is having hardship, which they probably are, that's why they're going over there, council can utilize our community investment funds to possibly help purchase structures like that.
Good suggestion. I have no other questions.
From a staff
Oh,
standpoint,
it's just okay. Sorry.
if you don't mind, from a staff standpoint, so we do, I do believe in we have Julian on as well, that at the tennis courts, I do believe there is some sort of mesh around that provides a certain amount of privacy at that particular facility. I don't know that we have any of the equipment currently to provide any sort of fencing and mesh at any of the other facilities. So we would need to look at what we have, and then also potentially purchase some equipment, which may be back ordered or may take a few weeks. So we can certainly move forward if that's the direction of council. It would probably just, for those that are looking for that sort of level of privacy, I think probably the immediate availability would only be, I think, maybe at the tennis courts. I don't, Julian, maybe that's right, but the tennis courts at Pioneer Park, and it may delay implementation for those that are looking for privacy for a couple weeks if we are looking to try to procure some, because I don't believe we have any currently.
Yeah, the only privacy, potential privacy structure or area that we have are the tennis courts that could definitely put some shading up. I believe it does have some right now. The businesses that want to have any type of equipment that they need to conduct their activity, their instructional class, they may bring with them, and they could set it up. The only thing is that they must take it back with them on that day. They cannot store it or leave it on site. But they can bring any other equipment that they need to conduct the activity. Tables, chairs, anything like that they might need to have. But in regards to this, some type of privacy screen, the one that could serve right off the bat would be the tennis courts, and then staff would have to research and see what would be a better option if the city's going to provide that type of screening.
Perfect. I think it's a good way to go. I think it also, if we should move, I would hope they'll have city council support to move forward with this. And because I'm pretty sure that the private business would be able to move quicker than we can in procuring some type of shade structure. And like I said, if we need help, we could possibly utilize some of our community investment funds to donate to help do that, possibly. Also, I know that we started on the weekends with Chief doing some visitation of the parks to make sure people are or educating individuals on how to properly social distance and wearing their mask and utilizing our parks. I would just say if we could possibly do the same once this gets going, so that way we can make sure that our individuals that are in our parks are being socially distant and respectful to the other park patrons as well.
Yes, part of the application process calls for a plan that the business will provide us to show us exactly how they're going to implement the social distancing, and we are going to monitor the activity to make sure that both the participant and the other park patrons are following the proper social distance protocols.
Perfect. Thank you.
I would only have a quick question on the privacy screens. Would they be left there, between classes? They would take them home with them, right? Or,
Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Like if a business has several classes on a day, they could leave them there until they're ready to go home, pack up and leave, yes. But they could leave them there. If there's a break between classes, that wouldn't be a problem. Just leaving them there overnight, that would not be permitted.
Okay. I probably wouldn't want it to be like 5 days a week in the same spot, essentially, kind of. I don't know if there's some kind of way to have reservations for it or other people can play, as well, but.
Well, the areas that we're identified for these exercise classes are right now closed except the tennis courts. The tennis courts are open to the public. So if we would reserve the area for the business, then when it's not being used, it would be open to the public. But that's the only area that is open to the public. All the other areas like the basketball courts, the outside basketball courts are not operational. We don't have goals, basketball rims on the basketball courts. The open grass area are open, but those, it's rare that people use an open area like that. But every area that we identified would be on a reserve permitting basis. They would let us know exactly what they're looking for, what area they're looking for. Then the process would begin with getting a business license, insurance, and so forth, and then securing the area for the business. And on that application process or reservation process, they let us know how many, the frequency of their use, and how many people will be participating in the event.
Thank you. Okay, are there any more comments on the consent calendar? Or items to pull? Ms. Mendoza?
I just want to say I support the partitions, and if they do need community investment funds, to please let us know. See what we can do. We need to support them and ensure that they're able to open safely and so that the children can be safe as well. Thank you.
Mr. Padilla?
Yeah, just to clarify for purposes of the motion will be to approve the entirety of the consent calendar, including the item that was pulled.
I will
Has
make
there been a
that
motion made yet?
recommendation.
Go ahead.
So I'll make the recommendation to approve the item pulled, including the comments that were just added about the partitions allowing shade structures, just having to remove them at the end of the day. And to also approve the entirety of the consent.
I second the motion.
Excellent. Ms. Fritz?
Okay, we have Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo is absent.
Okay, I'm sorry, the motion carries. Before we get to administrative reports, though, I did want to check to see if there are any other public comments that came in, or anything that we need to check while we were holding the line.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Vice Chair. There are no more public comments that have been submitted. However, we do have our presentation from the Los Angeles Unified School District, and the individual is here. And if we can consider listening to the presentation before we go into administrative reports.
Yes, of course, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this is a presentation by the Los Angeles Unified School District on updates regarding the 2020 to 2021 school year. Ms. Castro.
Hi all, my name is Charity Castro. I am here on behalf of Board Member Kelly Gomez, who will be joining at 7:30. I know that she was agendized at the beginning, but in our last email communications, it was confirmed that she would be speaking at 7:30.
Okay, so we'll put you back in the waiting room, and when it is closer to 7:30 thereabouts, we'll go ahead and let you and Ms. Gonzalez back in.
No problem. Thank you so
All
much, y'all. Looking
Thank
forward
you.
to it.
Okay, that makes that easy. We will be standing by, I suppose. Mr. Kimball, are there any specific order you would like to go in? You want to just take it one by one, or are there any council members that would like to speak on or have a report done first? Otherwise, we can go in order.
Yeah, I would respectfully request that the mural item be moved up to the beginning of the agenda. As Mr. Lalo Garcia will be joining us. However, I don't believe he is in the waiting room yet. So if we can start with the item number 9, the COVID response effort, staff need an update, and then following that, if we can go to the mural ad hoc, that would be that's requested.
Okay, excellent. Item number 9, discussion regarding COVID-19 response efforts.
And Nick, if you are the host, would you be able to enable share screen?
Ms. Fritz is the host, so she will enable it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Pacheco and council members. This is a an update to the regular information we provide on COVID-19 response efforts thus far. To date, these are our latest statistics. Countywide, 273 cases, 6,642 deaths. Here in San Fernando, of those, 969 of the cases have come locally, as well as 19 of those deaths.
Excuse me, Tim.
I'm sorry?
Tim, can you go back that one slide?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if when you do this presentation, you could do it like at least once a month and show us what the last month's figure was and where we're at today. That would be helpful. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Will do. Thank you. All right. The LA County Health Officer Order was recently revised last week. The main updates related to beginning October 1st, allowing nail salons to reopen their indoor operations at 25% capacity. This now aligns the reopening requirements for nail salons with the ones that were already in place for barbershops and hair salons, which also were able to reopen indoors at 25% capacity a couple weeks ago. In addition, it removes restrictions on reopening outdoor children's playgrounds, and now those may reopen at the discretion of the local authority. Coming soon, while it was not a part of the most recent health officer order, the county did announce their intention to enable indoor shopping malls to reopen at 25% capacity later this week, with food courts and other common areas remaining closed. The county also started a school waiver application process, which starting today, schools for grades TK through 2 can submit waiver applications, and those are limited to classes of no more than 12 children and 2 adults in the cohort. This is just a refresher for the statewide blueprint for a safer economy that the governor announced back in August. These are the 4 categories, and with the top one being the red, that one being the highest level of restriction, down to the minimal, which is the yellow being the lowest level of restriction. And this is the picture right now statewide, and these restrictions are county by county. For Los Angeles County, where we are, we remain in the highest restriction category, the purple, which denotes the widespread. The data right now, while we are meeting the positivity rate threshold to qualify into the lower tier, we still do not have data that meets the criteria for COVID-19 cases per day per 100,000. Right now, as you see, that's at 7.3 cases, and we need to be at 7 cases or lower. City hall facilities, they remain open Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays to the general public from 12 to 5:30 p.m. The outdoor services permit is a program that we started back in July that allows outdoor services for several businesses so that they can move those services onto sidewalks and private parking lots. San Fernando road street closure began on August 1st and continues during the weekend, starting Saturday afternoon and going through the all-day Sunday. This is from Brand Boulevard to Maclay Avenue. In addition, what was just discussed and blessed by council are the COVID-19 city parks open space service area regulations, which enable gyms, fitness centers, dance studios, cycling studios to reserve park space. The San Fernando Residential Food Distribution Program is available for San Fernando residents. This was how a portion of the CARES Act funding that the city received was allocated. Eligible households receive up to a shopping bag worth a value of $250 of goods. Applications are still being accepted, and to date we have received applications from 142 eligible households. And if you are interested in applying, you're able to apply online on the city's website as well as in person here at City Hall. The PPE for Businesses program is available for San Fernando businesses to receive personal protective equipment. This was funded by part of the CARES Act funding that the city received. Each eligible business will receive essential items up to $125 value. Applications are currently being accepted online through the city's website or here at City Hall. And to date, 57 eligible businesses have applied. The state passed the COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act a couple weeks ago. They were statewide protections for residential tenants and prohibited evictions for failure to pay rent due to COVID-19 related hardships between March 1st of this year through January 31st of next year with certain terms. In addition, most recently, the governor issued Executive Order N-80-20, which allowed local health departments to extend commercial eviction, local jurisdictions to extend commercial eviction protections through March 1st of 2021. To date, on that point, Los Angeles County's protections are still in place on the commercial side through October 31. The executive order allows them to extend that now to March. For LA County, the daily number of persons tested, this is a representation of the 7-day average, and it actually represents an increase from the last time this was reported on September 13th of just under 10,500, and the latest data represents about 12,600 as the 7-day average. Total persons tested continues to grow. Last time it was reported just over 2.5 million in aggregate in the county. Now we're approaching over 2.7 million in the county. Percent of tests that have tested positive is largely flat. Last time it was reported, it was a 7-day daily average of 3%, and currently it's at 3.1%. Daily number of hospitalized patients also showing a moderate decline. Currently it's 673. Last time we reported this to council, the number of hospitalized patients was at 765. Death rate by ethnicity, as indicated by the mortality rate, continues to show the disparate effects that the coronavirus is having on persons of color, as well as persons that are economically disadvantaged. That concludes staff's update. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. And before we move on to council feedback, I do have a couple items that I'd like to get some council feedback on. The first item is related to Halloween and how we want to sort of handle Halloween. I just want to remind everyone that the county came out with guidance that although trick-or-treating, door-to-door trick-or-treating is not recommended, it is also not prohibited. So the city council could take the position of being more restrictive than the county, meaning that we could move forward with actually prohibiting door-to-door trick-or-treating, but that is an action that we will need to take as it's not prohibited through the county, through the county's health order. And I know there are a number of streets in town that get extremely, extremely busy typically, and unless it's completely prohibited, I think staff would have a problem, quite a bit of trouble controlling that, especially if it's just just not recommended. I also think that if council does want us to, we obviously need to get signage and start getting the word out now if it will be prohibited. If it's still just going to be not recommended, but at the discretion of the trick-or-treater or the people that may be distributing, treats. We do want to probably put signage out, especially in the very typically historically busy areas, that trick-or-treating is not door-to-door trick-or-treating is considered a high-risk activity and not recommended. So I would like to have a little bit of feedback from council on that. I do think that it is probably staff's recommendation that we may want to consider prohibiting door-to-door trick-or-treating. The second item, I don't remember at the moment, but it was related to, both the food distribution and the PPE distribution. We started taking applications, I believe, about 2 weeks ago. We do plan on having both events to distribute at least an initial distribution to hopefully 100 families on the residential food distribution side, and at least 50 of those businesses, if not all of them, on the PPE side. We're really shooting to have those within the next 2 weeks of those distribution events. So, but we will continue to take applications, and we're just working on procuring all of the items that we would be distributing. So. Those are the two updates that I wanted to give in addition to what Tim had, and I would look forward to a little bit of direction and discussion related to potential Halloween activity.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. I think I'll open it up to my colleagues. I think Halloween is definitely going to be tricky, and I think we should work together to find a common sense solution. It's going to be tough because there are rules, and there's people going to flout the rules anyway. I mean, we have fences in the middle of baseball diamonds, and people are still playing baseball and such. So I would love to hear what everyone thinks about these issues. So let's, I guess, start with Mr. Gonzalez. If you'd like to lead us off.
Thank you. Yeah, wow, this is another tough one that we're gonna have to go about. Is there a way, because I know they're saying trying to refrain from trunk or treat, trying to refrain from door knocking. I think regardless, people are going to do it. So part of this too, are we going to be talking, or as part of this discussion, to try to not allow individuals or organizations to trunk or treat in the city of San Fernando as well?
Is that a question for staff or Mr. Kimball? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think we would probably want to be consistent between trunk or treat. Although there may be an opportunity, I do believe sort of car parades, so to speak, drive-by car parades are sort of an allowable activity. I was searching around seeing if I could find the Halloween guidelines real quickly. But and I know we had Julian on, and Julian last week kind of went over some of the activities the city's hosting. Most of those are surrounding Dia de los Muertos, but I'm not sure if we have any Halloween specific. I I think that the trunk or treating is probably a little bit easier controlled, potentially, if we allow trunk or treating, but require that all of all the treats are in prepackaged bags and sort of handed off. There are probably easier ways to control a trunk or treat event if we get a request for someone to do that, as opposed to just kind of carte blanche door to door trick or treating. There are probably different methods and different risk factors associated with both of those activities.
And if
Yeah,
it
'cause
benefits,
I'm thinking, go ahead.
sorry, if it benefits the council, I have the guidance from LA County. I can summarize it briefly.
Yes, please.
And this is from LA County Department of Public Health. The activities that are not permitted are Halloween gatherings, events, or parties with non-household members, even if they are conducted outdoors. Also not permitted, carnivals, festivals, live entertainment, and haunted house attractions. What are not recommended are door-to-door trick-or-treating, and the recommendation, the language they provide is because it can be very difficult to maintain proper social distancing on porches and at front doors, or ensure that everyone answering or coming to the door is appropriately masked to prevent disease spread, and because sharing food is risky. Also not recommended is trunk or treating, where children go from car to car to receive treats, particularly when part of Halloween events, since it is difficult to avoid crowding and sharing foods. Items that are permitted and recommended are online parties and contests, for example, costume contests or pumpkin carving, car parades that comply with the public health guidance for vehicle-based parades, Halloween movie nights at drive-in theaters, Halloween-themed meals at outdoor restaurants, Halloween-themed art installations at an outdoor museum, and finally, dressing up homes and yards with Halloween-themed decorations.
Okay. I think this is extremely difficult to navigate. I think even if we try to prohibit homeowners from allowing them to have door-to-door candy, giving out candy, I think they're still going to do it. And then that would make us have to enforce these. So I think that would be difficult. I think if we do a trunk or treat, I think is a little more manageable than even some individual at their house, because I don't think they're going to be outside their house telling people to social distance. But I also see that there could be an opportunity to do things with drive-bys, candies. So there might be an opportunity there to look at something, but I just I'm also a little fearful for the city of San Fernando to host an event, because I guess we're not technically supposed to be able to host an event. So or even be able to permit an event. So I don't even know really how to go about this, but possibly do an educational piece providing into the community about the proper procedures on, or the recommendations for trick-or-treating, and then possibly not host anything unless it is a type of car parade. I can see a type of car parade going down, for example, through each of our parks, if that's possible, because you have a long straightaway for, say, San Fernando Park, or staff or somebody can hand out candy when cars approach. And there's also the same thing with Las Palmas Park, where I think can make it happen. I also think Heritage Park is a good example, because people can enter in one way and exit the other way. But then that leads to also us participating and hosting events. So I don't even think that that's really plausible. So my recommendation would just be to, as of right now, educate the community, and maybe we might see something change within the next, between now and our next city council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Councilmember Ballin?
You're on mute,
Mm,
Councilmember Ballin, if you're talking.
Thank you. I live in one of the neighborhoods that we do get a lot of kids. And even when we have gotten many, many kids, and that one time they were bussed in from Pacoima, which I really embraced. I love that. They were, they haven't done that in a few years. I would say that everyone was very, very respectful. I don't want the kids not to have Halloween. I want them to have it. And I think we can make it happen. And I'm thinking that if we put a requirement would be, we have to sit outside. The kids cannot come and knock on our door. We have to set a table up and set the candy out, and of course wear gloves. So there has to be some guidance for the homeowner um, on how to go ahead and enjoy trick-or-treating for the community. And that's my recommendation, that we just go ahead and move forward with it. There's no door knocking. The homeowner needs to be outside. There should be some sort of table to separate them from the kids and the families coming to get a treat. And not that we would hand them the treat, we would, I really like the little kids. I say pick as many candies as you want, and they usually take one. They're really good. Very few take more than one or two. So it just concerns me. What else are we going to take away from them? This is an outdoor activity. It's not as if it's an indoor activity. And if we say, please do not knock on the doors, if someone has a table set up, that's they're participating in Halloween. So, but before we, I want to ask Tim a couple of questions on his presentation. Tim, how do we determine, and maybe Julian needs to answer this question, if we're going to allow 25% of children in the playground, how do you determine that? Do we have a percentage of how many have been on the playground before? How do you eyeball that? I don't know how you're going to do that, and who's going to monitor?
Yeah, so sorry, thank you, Councilmember Ballin. So that was another item I wanted to quickly touch on before we moved on from Tim's presentation. But I did, staff is sort of looking at what the requirements are and how we will practically implement them. So although October 1st, again, they were allowed, we really need to kind of get our hands around. And I know Julian has already reached out to me about, starting to work on some potential potential requirements or potential guidelines for, locally how we would implement reopening the park. So I do believe we're probably a week, at least a week and a half away from having all of those guidelines and processes in place before we can implement it. But yeah, I mean, so those are some of the questions that I think internally, unfortunately, those guidelines that were put out by the county were put out after 5 p.m. on Friday. So we really haven't had a whole lot of time to kind of get our arms around what's in the, especially the park reopening. So as soon as we kind of have a better idea of what we need to do, what we need to implement, we'll start kind of reopening those parks. But we want to make sure, I mean, I just want to, from an expectation setting standpoint, we probably are, a week and a half away from that.
Okay, because if you're going to have to open up the playground for the kids to play, those restrooms have to be opened up. And who's going to wipe down the equipment, and how often is that going to happen? So these are, I don't want you to answer now, but this, some things to think about. And the other, do we have, since they're talking about opening up the playgrounds, do we have a target date for when City Hall is going to be open 100% and everyone's going to be in the office?
So that's another one. I'm probably looking at when we can get into the red from a standpoint of and I think we're kind of trying to follow the office building guidelines. So there are office building guidelines. Many of them are still, not allowed to be open. So we're looking probably when we get into the red, so-called red and area zone is when we look at expanding the hours for City Hall to be open, so that we have some guidance from the county on how to do that, safely on a full-time basis.
Okay, well, those are my questions, and I'm a supporter of Halloween, and I think that the one thing the kids should not do is knock on the doors, but there's nothing to prevent us from being out in the yard and waiting for them to come and enjoying their costumes and just have fun with them. Okay, Hector, you can move on to your next council member.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Bellin. Ms. Mendoza?
Thank you. I think I'm just right where Councilmember Gonzalez is. It's a very difficult decision. We want our children to be able to have the enjoyment of being able to go out and trick or treat. We are in tier 4, right? We're still in tier 4, Mr. Hill? Yeah. And
That's correct.
we are predominantly Latino community. Our numbers are high for our community. And I don't know if they do Halloween, I would like to see that we have maybe like a car parade where there, but it has to be, if whatever we do, we have to be very careful that it's safe, because, we're involving children, and children, run, they play, they're giggling, and they're not paying attention to their surroundings. And, it could become unsafe, especially if cars start stopping and they're gonna go and trick or treat someplace. I don't know how we would manage something like that. And if they do trick or treat at the homes and we ask them to put a table, I don't know that will they be the person handing out the candy? Will they be wearing a mask? Will they be in compliance with everything that's needed? That concerns me. I don't know if everyone will comply. So that's all I have right now. It's a very difficult decision.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. If I can just comment briefly on the other aspects of the COVID presentation, then I'll circle back to Halloween. Great to see that 50+ businesses are taking advantage of the PPE help, 140+ residents taking advantage of the meal help. I just want to reiterate for everybody watching that these programs are here for you. City Hall is trying to lend a helping hand, even if it's a small one. We really want to keep everybody safe and do our part to try to get some things back to normal. I think we all want to get back to normal in some way. I personally love Halloween. I love Dia de los Muertos. I have very fond memories, and I still do, about celebrating this time of year. Unfortunately, this year we have a global pandemic, and it's not something that we normally deal with on Halloween. I think in a normal year, San Fernando's Halloween is right up there with anybody else. It's always a great amount of fun. The kids go all out. The residents go all out, and it's something that everybody looks forward to. Unfortunately, looking at the recommendations that I'm seeing here in the report, I have to support, I just can't be in a position to support the city saying it's okay to go trick-or-treating. I don't think that's the right move, because children are very susceptible to spreading the disease, not only to each other, but to their parents and grandparents. As the report showed, Latino communities are disproportionately affected by the COVID crisis, and many Latino households are multi-generational. I don't know how we can say, you know what, just be smart, but door to door or going house to house is okay. Because yeah, you know, kids are pretty respectful. They'll grab one candy, etc. But they're not wearing gloves. Sometimes they'll be wearing masks. Sometimes they're not. Enforcement is impossible. It's impossible to enforce people's houses and whether you know they're allowing kids to go to the door or to grab one candy or to have prepackaged candy. Some people used to give away fruit. In the back of my mind, honestly, is if someone, you know, if there was a parent out there with kids, I can't really imagine them being okay, their children going door to door, house to house on Halloween during COVID-19. That's really hard for me to even fathom. But I do know that people want to participate, and I know that, and I respect that. But for me, I really do support placing the lighted traffic signs at key locations to discourage door-to-door trick-or-treating. I think it's our responsibility to get the message out that this is not something that the LA County Public Health recommends. I don't think we should be going, or I don't think we should be recommending something that the LA County is not recommending. Personally, I don't think that's the right idea. Second, I think we should, on the third bullet point here, close streets known to draw large trick-or-treating crowds on Halloween night to non-residential traffic. I think we need to do that. I think we have to kind of send the message that we shouldn't be going house to house, door to door, trick-or-treating this year. I love the parade idea. I think a parade would be dynamite. However, I don't know when the last parade permit has ever been pulled in San Fernando, or how often we have kind of interest in parades. You know, it is a different year, but it already being, you know, October 5th or what have you, I don't see that the planning could, you know, really be executed in time. So I just don't see how I can support allowing or even saying that it's okay to, or to kind of have guidelines saying that, you know, it's all right as long as you do X, Y, or Z. Personally, I'm in support of saying that we follow the LA County Public Health Order of not recommending house to house trick-or-treating this year. We're really sorry, you know, it's a horrible situation for all of us. We really wish there was. But the fact is that, you know, we're still going through this global pandemic. 200,000 plus Americans have died from COVID. Our president has it. You know, nobody is safe from this thing. And so I don't think this is the time to kind of be risking it. Moving on from that Halloween aspect, though, I did want to ask a quick question on the parks. I absolutely share the sentiment that, you know, bathrooms, if they can be open, they should be open. But Mr. Kimball, are any of the bathrooms open right now, or Mr. Venegas, are any of the bathrooms open at the parks right now?
Yes, they are. They are. The parks are open at 7:30. The facilities staff opens them up, and then the recreation staff closes the restrooms at night when they leave the facility around 5 o'clock, 5:30ish, depending on the schedule. So the restrooms are open every day.
Okay. Does that include Rudy Ortega Senior Park? Is this all for all parks, or is that just for Rec Park, Las Palmas Park?
Our staff right now is Recreation Park in Las Palmas. It's my understanding that once the Rudy Ortega open up and Pioneer Park open up, then will be closed. We'll have a patrol staff, recreation staff, go around closing the parks if need be. If the police cannot close themselves, then we would send staff to go around and close them up.
And we were working on, we were ready to open Rudy Ortega Senior Park. We just were waiting on getting a quote from our cleaning company to do extra cleaning at both Rudy Ortega, at the restroom facilities. So that was the once we get that, we were able to get those additional cleanings is when we're going to open up the park, both parks.
I just like to say that if there's a recommendation not to open the restrooms, those kids are gonna go to the restroom no matter what, whether they go in the restroom or accidents happen. That's just the way it is with kids.
Okay, Mr. Kimball, so these parks that are not open, like Rudy Ortega with the bathrooms also not open, etc. What kind of, if you could just speak colloquially about to like what kind of increased maintenance are you having because of, you know, COVID? What is it like on staff, etc., because of all these extra precautions? Oh,
For
there
the
you go.
bathroom facilities, for the restroom facilities, we're working with our, um, we have a cleaning company that comes in and does those. We're working on twice a day. We didn't, prior we didn't have twice a day cleanings, but that's what we're ordering is twice a day. So they need to staff up a little bit to be able to accommodate that as well. So that's what we're looking at right now is twice a day. We also do have porta potties at both Recreation Park and Las Palmas Park that are open 24, you know, they're open 24/7, even when our bathrooms are not open. So those facilities, and those are obviously been emptied and cleaned often as well.
And could I ask, and perhaps you have some insight from Chief Viro, as far as enforcement, what is the scale we're talking about here? It's like to one point where, hey, we're ticketing people, to another point where we're just kind of have, you know, officers in the streets helping, you know, kind of, I mean, what is kind of like the scale of, or what would you like to see, or what is the recommendation from years past, maybe? If you can just kind of speak on the experience and what you might see in, you know, for San Fernando on Halloween.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. In the past, Halloween's been pretty busy, especially in the northern part of the city, between 4th and Glen Oaks area. Has been pretty busy traditionally. The kids have usually been pretty good. The parents are really good at keeping an eye on the kids. Usually, it's been happening. In the past, they've had the trunk or treat in the mall, and I think at the car wash that's there in the 1600 block, 1600 block of San Fernando Road as well. I definitely would. I mean, I agree with everybody and their concerns. It is a concern. It's gonna be difficult to not have the kids go out there and trick or treat, but you know, I think my recommendation is you follow the county guidelines and educate people and keep on educating people. We've been really successful when we deal with people at the parks, you know, at night or on the weekends during the day when they're trying to play on the fields. You know, they've listened to us, they leave, they understand. Of course, when you clear somebody out, there's always somebody else from another group from another part of the county that will take advantage and come in as well on another weekend or a couple weekends down the road. So education has really been working out well for us and dealing with the public, and people are generally pretty understanding. And there's always a few that just, you know, unfortunately just don't care and they just want to break the rules and they don't care about the safety of others. But you know, it's very, very important for our kids to be safe in our community. As far as the PD, we will do whatever we can to make it safe for them. If they do decide to go out, and the parents decide to let them go out, and try to be as visible as we can, and try to make sure it's safe for everybody. Have there been any number of citations for parties so far this summer? I mean, is that something that you're seeing regularly, or is there starting to crop up more? If Halloween might be a spike of more parties? We've had a few calls, but it's very low key parties. Knock on wood, we've been very fortunate. There hasn't been anything major. And then when we've gone to those party calls or gatherings or small gatherings, people have generally been pretty cooperative and they understand and they shut it down or they take it inside. It's usually, you know, what we've come across is usually, you know, a small group of 5 or 6 people, 7 people in the backyard, listen to music, trying to, you know, get outside and enjoy the nice evening and get a little bit out of hand or a little bit loud for the other neighbors. And that's been generally what we've been dealing with. You know, like I said, we haven't had any issues with any major parties at all, which has been great. And do we know where, and this could be, you know, for the rest of staff, this question, do we know where we would put lighted traffic signs on any kind of messaging that we're sending for Halloween? And maybe is that something we do also the day before, you know, or is that something we just set up, you know, that afternoon? Well, I think if you're going to do something like that, you probably want to try to set up at least that week of Halloween. Mm-hmm. And, you know, on major, well, we have very limited of those boards, and at the PD, we have a one that's working. We can help out with I think Public Works has, I think, 2. So,
Okay.
you know, we can kind of work with them and move it around different parts of the city on the major thoroughfares is probably your best bet, you know, to get the message out. And of course, you know, through social media, and we can make contact with our group, with Neighborhood Watch group, as well as the new system that we had, the city purchased a few months ago for the sending out messages out to the community. So there's a couple of different avenues that we can use as a city that should hopefully get the message out. You know, there's always going to be a few that live outside of our city and that come in our city to do trick or treating. It's been like that for a number of years. It's kind of really hard to control, but you know, all we can do is just try to get the message out as best we can and be visible and try to let everybody know that, hey, this is a time that we really have to be super careful and not put our guard down at all. We don't want anybody else to get sick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is obviously a very tricky issue, and we've heard a diversity of opinion and a range of ideas on Halloween. Mr. Kimball, do you want to comment on what you heard so far, and maybe we'll go around the horn again and you know, continue the conversation so that we can kind of come up with something here for staff.
Yeah, so it sounds like, maybe it's worth giving council a little bit of time to kind of think it over and think about different strategies. We can come back on October 19th in 2 weeks with a specific agenda item related to Halloween. We can have a number of different sort of options. It doesn't sound like there's an overwhelming consensus. But I also think that, it sounds like maybe council wants a little bit of time just to think of some different options. We can, obviously, I think it's difficult if we start providing guidelines on something that is not recommended. However, we also don't want to necessarily stick our head in the sand and just, kind of hope for the best. So, I think maybe if staff puts a little bit more thought, it sounds like we have a little bit more guidance as to where the council may, or where the various council members may be sort of thinking or fall on this issue, which will help us kind of fine tune the message. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was going to say we can go around again so we can hear some more. So if we can start with Ms. Mendoza, if you have anything else to add up for the conversation.
Well, as I think if the LA County is recommending they not have it, then that's our recommendation, that we just follow the guidelines for LA County.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Excuse me. I think what we should do is we should do an educational piece saying that it is not recommended to. I think we should also say safety precautions, but also I think we should start a social media presence explaining what we should be doing. For example, the examples that they said, virtual parties or whatever other opportunities that we can do as well, to give some ideas and feedback. But also I think we should we'll have more information in 2 weeks and we can actually make a better informed decision in 2 weeks. But I would say just as for right now, we can just sit back and continue with what the county is saying, which is non-recommended, but not prohibited. And then start a social media campaign and saying what is recommended.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ballin?
I'm all about Halloween. I think we can make it work. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, and so we do have a lot to consider. There's a lot going on, and yeah, I think for the next city council meeting, we'll all each have thought about it a little bit more. Hopefully, we'll be in a better place with coronavirus. Who knows? But I think me personally, if we if we go against LA County public health order and there's a spike, it just wouldn't really sit right with me. But that's why you know, we're here to collaboratively come up with the best you know, path forward. So thank you. Staff, do you have anything else you might want to add on the item?
No, just over the next 2 weeks, we will definitely be sharing on social media and through our email listservs, and even through the Alert San Fernando app that the chief had just referenced. We will be sharing what the county recommends and doesn't recommend, those various outlets over the next few weeks, 2 weeks.
I have a question.
Please.
Mr. Kimball, how many are signed up for the alerts? You know, the calls that we get. I don't.
Yeah, I'll have to, I can get information on that. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's in the thousands. That's for
Yeah.
sure. So I'll get that.
Okay, thank you. I believe this concludes item number 9. If item number 10 is ripe, prior to our 7:30 engagement with our caller, we can move ahead to the update regarding the 6th cycle regional housing needs assessment draft allocation.
Actually, Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, can we hop to the mural?
Sure.
I believe Mr. Garcia is available.
Yeah.
Is that right, City Clerk?
Yes, I'm gonna let him in right now.
Yeah, please admit Mr.
Great.
Garcia.
So this is item number 14.
Correct.
Excellent. This is the item to review and discuss the inaugural temporary mural installation and related mural ad hoc committee recommendations. This was placed on the agenda by the mayor, but if we can have staff take it away.
Yeah, and actually, just I wanted to correct that. This was from the mural ad hoc. That was staff's error.
Oh,
This was
excellent.
put on by the mayor. So I just wanted to correct the
Okay.
record there.
This item was placed on the agenda by the mural ad hoc.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And it was a follow-up from last week's, and I see Mr. Garcia is here with us, so we'll get started. Just real quick, last meeting on September 21st, among other things, City Council discussed the mural ad hoc recommendation to develop a temporary mural pilot program in the publicly owned right-of-way near 6 on the other side of parking lot 6N, and directed staff to work with Mr. Garcia to present a concept for a mural in that area. So subsequent to that, Mr. Garcia, who is joining us tonight, did provide us with the staff to go out and look at the site and provided staff with a concept and a recommendation. That's provided in your agenda packet on page 389. And as I mentioned, he is here tonight. I think he wanted to give a little bit more flavor with regards to his concept, and then get some direction from staff from City Council regarding next steps and moving forward in approval of the concept and moving forward with the temporary art installation or mural installation. So Mr. Garcia, if you want to talk a little about your concept. You're on mute. Just unmute yourself.
Is that
Perfect.
it? Can you hear me now? Hey,
Yep.
I did it. Wow. Without the assistance of my daughter. Well, again, thank you for the invitation. And yes, I sent a very rough sketch of what it would look like based on the concept that I have for the mural. The 2 4x8s on plywood would fit perfectly in within any of the spaces where the fence is. From the ground up is exactly 8 feet to the column and to the fence that is there. I don't see absolutely any problems in securing it from the floor up and then brace it somehow onto the fence without damaging the fence itself. And placing the chain link fence in front of it, again, to give it that look of a cage, also would be very easy to install. So what I sent you was very rough, just so that how it would look. I did sketch something else. I don't know if you might be able to see it. let me see, how do I do this? I don't know if you can see a little bit more detail on the children.
Mhm.
I'll pass a little bit. So, that's a little bit more clean of a drawing that I would utilize. A combination of the contemporary style that I'm using, and also having realistic faces, so that we can really see the stress, the emotional stress that these children go on a daily basis, staying at these facilities. That would be one concept that I show you. I did have another slightly different idea with the same drawing, but maybe just utilizing at the very top. Let me see if I don't know if you can see this. Maybe it's not that clear. I can probably email this later on, but I was also thinking that on the top, very vaguely, I can utilize on the sides 2 images, one of a father and mother holding their child, and in the middle, I can also very slightly, like a silhouette, use another drawing of a child. Those would be two. It's the same. The drawing at the bottom would be the same, but just utilizing the space at the top. That would be another idea that I have that I can probably refinish more. But basically, the children at the bottom will remain the same. As far as color, I've been using earth tone colors that I may vary a little bit. I don't have to stick to that. I would see what would be more effective. Oh, something went wrong, Mom. Oh, yeah, that's the one that, very roughly what it will look like. And so aside from this, like I don't know what else I can share with you as far as what the concept is. And again, that would be something that I would paint completely here in studio, and then do the installation once it would be ready.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And just, yeah, I shared what is the attachment, which was the very first kind of rough conceptual drawing that's being shared on screen right now, just for all.
Right. So from, just from a far perspective, that's really what you would see. But definitely what I just show you, it's a little bit more of a detail of what the children will look like.
Thank you. So I guess staff and Mr. Garcia are here to address any questions that the council may have.
Sure. Would you like to have the mural ad hoc perhaps introduce us and comment? Anybody want to?
Robert, why don't you go
Start
ahead?
us off?
Robert.
Thank you so much. I think this concept, and if you see the design that is placed in front of us, I think it's absolutely amazing. I just had an idea about putting up a single plywood and seeing what happened from there, but this is exactly why you have to reach out to the community, you have to reach out to the artists and see what their vision is, and incorporate it, and not just come up with something directed from city council and saying, hey, do this. Because this concept and the 2 plywoods, it winds up fitting perfect. This looks like it was made for this. It just winds up fitting so great. So I think it's a great opportunity, especially with this piece that's going to be going in, to utilize the fencing that fits perfectly. I really do believe that this could be a great first piece to really showcase the murals and the mural potential that this whole corridor has. So I just really want to thank you for not only going out there and checking this and seeing this, but bringing this to us.
If I may, just looking at the space, going from Brand to Maclay, that walkway, I mean, it's so beautiful, and it lends itself so much. Being there at Civic Center, just I can imagine taking a walk from Ignacio Gomez's Cesar Chavez Memorial, yeah, just walking down to McClay and then going into the mall. It at one point, this would be very easily to install, but I can just see a nice art walk, maybe every 6 months, maybe once a year, where young artists, could have the opportunity to just display some of the work that, again, it would be easy to install, and it wouldn't create any damage to the actual fence. I would love to assist in something like this. In fact, I would invite, young kids to come into my studio and create their murals. We can come up with concepts, or let them think of a concept, but I'm just thinking that this will rejuvenate the city and, and attract people to come in and, spend money on the businesses, somehow make it an attraction. But that space is just, it lends itself to something that can be very, very exciting for the city.
Thank you. And I think you just said everything that I've been saying. That's been my vision, just to create a walkable space of art to beautify that area and utilize possible economic development. And I really think it can happen. And hearing from you that you believe that this can happen really makes means a lot to me, to see that this really is possible and you think it could happen. So
the advantage is that this could be portable murals where you can install them for a definite period of time and then be just taken away. Installation, again, would be very, very easy to do. And then, either the artist can keep the mural, or if the city would want to do it, that would be something that would follow. But as far as just creating them and installing them, that would be something that it's absolutely doable. And again, I have a lot of professional artists, friends of mine, that would love to just help out with kids, high schoolers, or whoever would want to do that. But again, I think it would be something that would be really beautiful to just bring back people into the city of San Fernando.
Perfect. And that's exactly what Councilmember Belen and I have been talking about as well. Even they've discussed, and when the Cesar Chavez Learning Academies has reached out, because they created a mural committee for their students, for high school students who want to learn how to become muralists. So this would fit and lend perfectly. So I think this is the perfect partnership to begin our journey down this path to create murals in the city of San Fernando. And I think this is a great inaugural piece that we can utilize. So thank you so much, Councilmember Belen, if you want to add anything.
Yes, I'm really proud of the ad hoc committee in a very short period of time. Thank you, Lalo. If not for you, I don't know if we would have been here today. So I'm very grateful for you to reaching out to the ad hoc committee via Diana Martinez. And I am, Councilmember Gonzalez and I are very proud. This is beautiful. I'm dying to see it. And you're right, but it makes it more walkable, because you want to look at it. You want to stand there and just be a part of it and take it in. So I always visualize Metrolink and Amtrak, but I didn't think about that other part of it. It's just walking and looking at it and appreciating it. So I want to thank you very much, Lalo, and I support this 100%. I hope we have the support of the other council members, and you can go to whoever you want to go to next, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for bringing your idea to our city council and for approaching us with that. I think it's going to be an impactful mural that will capture the eyes of those on the Metro and those that are passing by through our community. And I love your ideas, and I welcome you, and please bring them forward to us and see what we can do. You'll work with the ad hoc committee, and there's more to come with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Yeah, I would just love to hear more from you, about your vision and what, message you want people to receive from your concepts here.
Well, in this particular case is definitely the most important thing is create awarenesses that this problem still exists. The original idea with, again, artist Sonia Fe, who is also working in New Mexico, creating the same type of murals, was that, like I said at the beginning, because of everything that is going on today on the media, somehow this problem just sort of disappear. It's like nobody talks about it anymore. So we just basically are trying to create awareness in our communities. But again, once we post them on social media, not to forget about these kids. These kids don't have a voice. Separations of families are still going on. But more importantly, these children in reality do not have a voice. Nobody's speaking for them anymore. And so that's basically the main focus to create awareness, not again to our communities, but to those authorities that hopefully they can still do something to rejoin these kids with their families, or do what needs to be done, but not to be forgotten. So this is basically the main message in this mural. Not only coming from me, but once it's installed, the message would be coming from the city of San Fernando. And like I said at the beginning, it would be great that the city, would get credited for this humanity thing that we're doing. So I'm not trying to make it political, although it is political, but it's more of a human voice that we are trying to raise again for these children. So this is the main reason. This is the main concept. And if down the road you would approve to create murals, then we have so many cultural things, we have so many historic things, and the city has so much history in itself that this can be an open book to newcomers on different themes. The city really has, the valley has so much to offer. I did a little taste at the Las Palmas mural, the rich history that the valley has that is based in the city of San Fernando, and not very many people know that. So Las Palmas is a little bit kind of hidden. It would be a great opportunity for young kids to recreate the same history that I put there, in this walkway. Again, just to revitalize our city and our heritage in the valley. So there, I see a lot of possibilities, but again, we need to focus on this first mural, and hopefully it will go up. Because it will be done in studio, if we have a good 80-90% approval on this, I could very much start on the mural itself here in studio. And then whenever I have the green light, the permit, everything to install it, it would be easy just to go out there and do it. And again, this is something that I can do on my own. I have the professional people. Definitely, I would have everything be approved by the city before I would go out there as to with details of how it would be installed. But I'm ready to go.
Sure. No, and I think what you said is, it's very powerful that we don't want these kids to be forgotten, right? We have the message that we're trying to send, and you know what? It's okay if it's political, because I think all of us here are prepared to say, that the message we're trying to send here is about something that's really important to us, right? And you're right, something that doesn't get much media time anymore, So, I would just say, don't worry about, attracting business to San Fernando. Don't worry about, having kind of commercial motives. I just really appreciate you as the artist and you with your creativity and the message you're trying to send, because that's the important thing. And I think, we're all very excited to have you and, working so closely with the Mural Ad Hoc. I think, it's been a great success. So Thank you so much. And I think we might be looking for some specific direction here from staff.
It would be a motion, wouldn't it be, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
So then we can have Councilmember Gonzalez. This has really been his passion, is the mural, and I'd like him to make the motion. But of course, after you're done saying what you need to say, Nick.
sure. Yeah, no, so staff would like a motion. What I think we would recommend is that, you know, it sounds like there's support for the general concept. Obviously, before it gets painted, we want to approve, you know, we would need sort of a final concept or final sketch. And then, so
Okay.
I think staff would recommend is that the council authorize the mural ad hoc to, you know, approve a final sketch that's within the, you know, within the design, that concept that was presented tonight. And then also the second part of that is just authorize the city attorney's office to prepare a, you know, relatively general license agreement that we would, with the artist, it would, you know, we'd want the artist to retain ownership of his art. So, but we'll authorize him, the city attorney, to kind of work with the artist and the mural ad hoc to come up with a, you know, a relatively basic license agreement, just to kind of preserve everyone's.
If I may, was the mural recommendation a portable one that's installation that can be moved and around, or was this one that was meant to be fixated permanently?
So I think from a staff standpoint, we could probably move it. You know, it's two pieces of plywood. You know, but I think that being said, you know, obviously wear and tear after, you know, 6 months or so,
Right,
you know, wet, that type of thing. And you know, you never know the condition in a few months. And I don't, you know, we don't necessarily at this point have another location that would be identified for it. So I think those are the two kind of factors that. You know, although it definitely could be portable, you know, I'm not sure, you know, if it were on something that were more sturdy than plywood, then maybe that would be a consideration.
And
So
I would just have before I make the recommendation, I also just have a question. I know according to the design sketch, a rough concept, it seems like there's fence that comes out and then boxes it in, so people can't go near the mural, or I guess touch the mural as well.
Yeah, it serves two purposes. One, it's actually part of the design. So you might say that it's a mural installation kind of. That's really what's going to create the effect that these children are behind a fence. The fence is not going to be painted on the mural. And so it's going to come up, and that can actually sit in the ground. And I mean, I think I wrote 30 inches, but I don't think I need to come up more than maybe 12 at the most. I would say 18 inches, but probably 12 inches from the wall out, and 8 feet high.
No, I agree. And what I'm thinking is, I guess that would be up to you and to work with the mural ad hoc. But also when I think about art and I think about a piece, just looking at this piece and this conceptual design already moves me, because I can see, like you said, a realistic faces in there. I pictured my daughter or my son in there, how it would tear me apart. But I also think about interactive murals where you see the wings on the wall and people go stand up and it looks like they have wings, to possibly leave one side open. So I could take my kids there and put them behind the fence and take pictures, because I think sharing something like that and seeing someone's that you know's daughter, son, grandson, nephew, niece, whatever it may be, could also have another additional layer. But I mean, that's up to you. That's just
and you know, it could very well work, because based on the sketch that I show you with the kids, those are actual size. So in other words, the kids in the front who are kneeling would be about 30 inches high. In other words, they would be at the height that any child would be, between 3 and 4 feet high. So if somebody was to go in and kneel next to one of them, they would look like they're next to them. So
Yeah,
it would be a great idea to do that. And considering that, then I would just probably would go 24 inches so that we can create a wall on the side, I mean, a door on the side, and then somebody can actually come in.
Yeah.
If
So it's just an idea.
that works.
So
That
my
would work.
recommendation would be to move this item forward of the conceptual design, so you can go ahead and start to further elaborate on your process and work with the ad hoc committee, the city attorney's office for the licensing agreement and final approval of the mural. Did I leave anything out, Nick?
And Nick, once the ad hoc committee and everything is in order, we don't need to bring it back to city council, right? We could just have Mr. Garcia move forward with it, right?
Yeah, as long as that's part of the motion, that it doesn't need to go back, you know, that final approval is with the mural ad hoc, that then we don't need to bring it back to city council.
That part of your motion, council member?
Yes, that is my recommendation.
I second your motion.
Thank you.
Excellent. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
I love the concept. Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo. He is absent.
Thank you. The motion carries. Mr. Kimball, do we still have Ms. Gomez on the line? Or
Well, we
are they
want
ready
to
for the presentation?
thank Lalo for his presentation. I don't think he wants to hang in there for the rest of the
Yeah.
3-hour meeting, Lalo.
Well,
Thank you,
thank you
Lalo.
again.
Yes.
I can again. I'm going to work on this sketch. I'm going to add color, and if it helps, you know, move the concept forward. Once I have it, I can email it to you, Nick, and then maybe
Yes.
you can share it with them so that you know you'll know. I mean, you'll see more clearly what I have in mind.
Perfect. Yes, that works.
Okay, then I can do that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, Ms. Gomez and her team are available for the presentation now. So if we, staff's requesting we move back to that presentation.
Okay. Take it away.
Okay, Ms. Gomez, go ahead and as the Vice Mayor said, take it away.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good evening, San Fernando. It's great to be with all of you this evening. My name is Kelly Gomez, and I am proud to serve as your school board member representing the East San Fernando Valley and all of the schools within the city of San Fernando. First, I hope you and all of your loved ones are healthy and safe amidst the ongoing pandemic. We are now approaching about 2 months since we kicked off the new school year with distance learning. I first want to thank all of you at the City Council and the Education Commission for supporting our families and students during this pandemic, as well as any and all parents who are on tonight for your partnership as we all do our best amidst this trying time. Many of us have been able to find a new routine in our distance learning, but that doesn't mean that it's easy on our students or on our families or our staffs. My entire team and I are available if we can be helpful in any way. So please feel free to reach out to us to connect us with anyone who could use more support, especially on things like devices and internet hotspots for our LA Unified families. The local District Northeast team, the community of schools, and our individual schools have worked tirelessly to ensure that our students, families, and staff have all of the support that they need to continue learning while we deal with the coronavirus. As your board member, I've been advocating so that we can continue strengthening the distance learning experience while also continue planning for how and when we can bring our students back as quickly and as safely as possible. We are all monitoring the state's metrics very closely to see when in-person schooling is possible. LA County is unfortunately still in the most restrictive tier. When it's safe to do so, we plan to begin in-person schooling with a hybrid model to limit the number of people on campus at any given time while prioritizing our students with the greatest needs, including our English learners, students with disabilities, and our foster and homeless youth. In the meantime, as part of strengthening distance learning and providing students with direct in-person support, the district is starting to provide one-on-one tutoring for students that need it the most. The first cohort of schools is actually starting this week, with more schools to follow in coming weeks. The district has also launched its COVID-19 testing and contact tracing program. I actually went to one of our sites a couple of weeks ago at Pacoima Middle School, and I can assure you it was a quick, effective, and painless process. So I can't speak highly enough of it. Our testing program is really a crucial component in setting the foundation for when we can safely reopen our schools. We are currently conducting testing for our staff who are working at school sites and their children who are participating in our extended supervision program. We are actively working on scaling the testing program up so that we can offer testing for students and their families as we plan to reopen our campuses to more people over time. I also separately wanted to share that the board unanimously voted to put a local school bond measure, Measure RR, on the ballot for November 3rd, 2020. This is intended to address our significant facilities needs, which are estimated at more than $50 billion. I personally voted to put this measure on the ballot because whenever I visit schools, including our schools in the city of San Fernando, I see the widespread need for facilities upgrades to create a 21st century learning environment and replace aging infrastructure. While LA Unified has both built new schools and modernized others, more than 70% of our school buildings are more than 50 years old, and many are deteriorating and do not meet today's standards for learning and safety. If approved, Measure RR will provide funds to upgrade, modernize, and replace aging and deteriorating school facilities, update technology, and address inequities in our children's schools. Measure RR is structured not to increase the tax rate that will be in place at the time of the election. And as older bonds are paid off, the overall tax rate will actually decrease. Measure RR will cost 2.174 cents per $100 of assessed, not market, property value, generating about $329 million annually until about 2055. That revenue will be subject to independent oversight and accountability requirements that will ensure the funds are spent only on voter authorized projects. That's true of past bond dollars, present bond dollars, and future bond dollars. I hope that you all will vote on Measure RR on November 3rd and share your advocacy with your neighbors. There are also additional propositions on the ballot that everyone will be voting on that could affect our students as well as public school funding. We actually have an informational flyer that we put together on all of the education issues you will be voting on, and we'll make sure to share that with you all. Please share that with your friends and neighbors and encourage them to get out to vote. We know that the election coming up is so important. And I know people have already received their ballots, so we know that the election's happening right now. If you'd like the latest information from LA Unified and my office, please sign up for our newsletter, and you can find us on social media at Kelly for LA Schools. Finally, I know Esmeralda, our Director of Community Engagement, has already introduced Charity, our Policy and Advocacy Deputy, to some of you. Charity will be the new liaison between the City of San Fernando and our office. So please don't hesitate to reach out to her with any questions or concerns. She'll go ahead and post her contact information along with our social media handles and newsletter sign-up sheet in the chat box. With that, thank you all so much for having me, and I'm happy to answer a few questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gomez. I would love to open up to questions to the council members and to staff as well. Ms. Mendoza, would you like to start us off?
I don't have any questions at this moment. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate you reaching out to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
I have none. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and join us today and give us all this information. I look forward to receiving that in the mail about the upcoming measures that are on the ballot in regards to education. So thank you. Or
make sure to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ballin?
Yes, is that going to be emailed to us?
Yes, we will share it
Okay.
over email. And then I think if we can, we'll make sure that we share it over email with all of you. And I know with your city manager as well, we have all your contact information. So we'll get that to you.
Okay, that'll be great. Good presentation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm just curious, what percentage, if that passes, what percentage will the city of San Fernando LA Unified Schools get, and the dollar amount?
I don't know that figure off the top of my head. I'm happy to dig into it. Part of it hasn't been fully determined just yet. There is a list of projects that was approved with the ballot language when the board voted. But that's not the entire list just yet. We've basically approved types of projects that we could spend the funds on, but actual sites that it would be allocated to hasn't yet been determined. So we can look back and double check, but I can assure you there will definitely be investments in the San Fernando Valley, including the city of San Fernando. We know that bonds have, gone to build the Cesar Chavez campuses, for example, in the city of San Fernando. So I can certainly expect that there will be significant investment in our community should the bond pass.
And you're going to advocate that we're on the top of the list, right?
I can't play favorites in District 6, but I will absolutely be advocating for our district to get our fair share.
I know you will. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple quick questions. You mentioned internet hotspots. What kind of information could you offer about this? You said there might be some available.
Yeah, actually, so the district, since the pandemic started in March, we've obviously made closing the digital divide one of our top priorities. And so we've provided a laptop or tablet to every student who needs one within LA Unified. And we've also provided a hotspot to every family that needs it. At this point, nearly all of our students should be connected. Our figures are like 98, 99% have a computer and have a hotspot if they need it. But we know sometimes the devices break or students newly enroll. And so if you hear of students who need those devices, my office is happy to help connect them to the local district so that we can get them the hotspot or device that they need. They can also let their local school know, and they should be able to connect them as well.
Got it. Excellent. Could I ask you about testing? What is the plan, or what's ideal for testing when it comes to students and teachers? Is it something that the schools want them to do weekly when school starts? That's something they want to do more often, or what's the thinking around that?
So our testing program has been developed with some health partners like Anthem and HealthNet, as well as UCLA, Stanford University, Johns Hopkins, and Microsoft. So we've got a lot of experts who've advised us on this program, and we're one of the only school districts that is actually operating our own testing program. So essentially the goal is first to get a baseline, so to test everyone within the entire school district. So that means students and employees. And then if we find a positive test, then we've also committed to testing the family members of anyone who got a positive test. So whether that's an employee or a student. So we'll do an initial baseline right now. And then before any reopening of schools, we will do another baseline. So we'll test everyone twice before we even reopen schools. And then once we are open in a hybrid model, again, don't yet know the date of that, but that would be the model we'll move into next. We will do periodic testing. So that means that a cohort of students and staff would be chosen to be tested periodically. We don't have the capacity, and it's not recommended by experts to test like everyone every week, but there will be a set schedule for when that testing will occur. And that should be able to give us a good sense of where outbreaks are happening, the prevalence of the virus, et cetera. And I definitely want to mention that testing is free. So employees and students are tested for free, as well as family members. And the district is also doing our own contact tracing. So when we find out that in the small number of instances where someone has a positive case, we do contact tracing to figure out, is there anyone within the school system who they've interacted with, so that we can let them know and contain any outbreaks before they occur.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just on my mind. All the other districts across the country, like in Georgia, et cetera, have all these lessons for us to learn,
Absolutely.
And I'm just so hopeful that we do it the right way. And I guess my last question on Measure RR, could you speak briefly on, the efficacy of bond measures, and why does it seem, that it always has to come down to us having to get a bond measure for us to get more education dollars? Is this something that's just like the nature or fact of life now?
Yeah, so I will first say that in my official capacity, my goal is to present things in a neutral way. So I'll try to do that as best I can. Obviously, I have personal feelings about Measure RR and whether it should pass, but from my professional capacity, so we have relied on bonds quite frequently in the past. We haven't gone out for a bond in over 10 years. So it actually it is not a recent occurrence that we've gone out for a bond. And the reason why school districts rely on bond funding is because, generally speaking, public education in California is funded at a fairly low level. So in Los Angeles, we receive about $17,000 per student from state and federal sources. In New York City, they're at over $30,000 per pupil. And so
Wow.
because of some tax structures in California, we don't get the same amount of operating dollars for our students that other places get. We're near the bottom of the country when it comes to education funding. So that means that we've got to concentrate all of those dollars that we receive from the state and federal government into services. So we use those to purchase teachers, instructional supplies, special programs that we create. That means that for facilities dollars, those needs often fall by the wayside. And that's why you saw, like back in the 90s and early 2000s, really overcrowded schools because we just didn't have the funding to meet all of those needs. And that's why the district has resorted to the use of bond dollars for those facilities needs. And we've seen it, make huge dividends. We have the largest school building program in the country. As I said, we've seen new schools in the East San Fernando Valley because of our bond program, as well as technology. Our bond funding has been critical for us to be able to close that digital divide for our students at this time. That would not be possible without those bond dollars. So I know it's a big investment. When you think about the individual person, it's not a huge amount of money. And as I shared, it's been structured so that the tax increase will actually not increase compared to where we are right now. And it's an important investment given just how old some of our school buildings are, especially in places like the city of San Fernando, where we know we have historic buildings that need investment in order to be maintained.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I just, I kind of wanted to give you the platform there so you could give us the benefit of your expertise, your hands-on on the front lines there. So I truly appreciate the presentation and all the hard work by you and your staff. And we are very hopeful that, school can reopen, safely, and we can do it the right way. So thank you so much for all the hard work. Were there any other comments from council or staff? Would you like to make any further comments? Oh, please, Ms. Mendoza.
What sort of things can Charity help us with? So to reach out to her, what would we reach out to her for?
Well, with any questions related to LA Unified, we're happy to be a connector or to help answer questions. If there are any issues with regards to schools that you all see or ways that we can partner together to better support our schools in the city of San Fernando, we're happy to chat about that, and Charity would be your main contact on all of those things. We'll also make sure that Charity shares, as we have upcoming events, other things we're doing in the community services like the hotspots and the laptops. Charity will be the one to make sure you all get that information so that if constituents have questions about their schools, you all have the information you need to answer those questions.
And I will be sending my information. There's no chat box available in this particular meeting, so I will be sending my information to the clerks, who will then distribute it among all of you. And so you'll have my my email as well as my cell phone number in case you need anything.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you. Yeah, and I will definitely be following up on an issue that's important to everybody, as urban gardening and how kids are really getting more hands-on with what it's like growing their own food, and fruits and vegetables.
Love it. I was a science teacher, so I'm all about hands-on learning. That sounds great. Well, thank you all.
Very cool, very cool. Thank you.
And we'll be sure to come back once we get closer to a reopening to our schools, moving to a hybrid model. We'll make sure to come back so that we can share more details with you all. And that's it.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you all. Take care.
Oh, wait, before you leave, Vice Mayor, did you have your hand up for a question? You have your hand up?
No, that might have been left over.
Oh,
no, I'm okay.
how about
Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez? You have your hand up. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Thank
Kelly.
you.
Thank you, Charity.
Bye.
So Vice Mayor, we can start back and go in the normal order of the agenda. I think we're on agenda item 10. And
Excellent. Agenda item 10, the RENA assessment draft allocation. We are to receive a presentation regarding the 6-cycle draft regional housing needs assessment.
thank you, Vice Mayor and Deputy City Manager and Community Development Director Tim Howe will be providing the meeting us on this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. If you'll remember way back to September of last year, City Council received a presentation from Ayan Johnson, land use planner at SCAG, the regional planning agency for the Southern California Association of Governments. Subsequent to that, and per council direction, staff submitted comments to SCAG regarding the proposed 6-cycle RENA housing needs allocation method. On November of last year, in a bit of a surprise move, the regional council, the governing body for SCAG, approved an alternative RENA allocation methodology that had not gone through sort of the public outreach process that the initial alternative methodologies had. That method that was approved was proposed by representatives from the city of Riverside, and it effectively shifted a greater proportion of the allocation of housing units away from inland counties. Fast forward to earlier this year, on March 5th, the Regional Council adopted a final RENA allocation methodology. It was in conformance with the allocation that was given to the SCAG region by the California State Department of Housing and Community Development of 1,341,827 total homes for SCAG to distribute among its local governments. On May 7th, the Regional Council voted to delay adopting the Connect SoCal plan for approximately 4 months, effectively postponing the distribution of draft RENA allocations, as well as the appeals process and the eventual adoption of a final RENA allocation. The Connect SoCal plan is SCAG's regional transportation and sustainable communities strategy. They ultimately adopted that plan on September 3rd, and on the following day, SCAG formally issued notice to its local governments of the 6th-cycle draft RENA allocation. For City of San Fernando, this 6th cycle, which runs from 2021 through 2029, that allocation included 1,791 housing units. The notification from SCAG also included the adopted RENA cycle appeals procedure. I will bring up for you. I'm going to share my screen and show.
Tim, what was that number again for the city of San Fernando?
Yes, I'm actually going to bring it up now
good.
so you can see the breakdown. And can you see an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
Great. So I'm going to bring this up. This is how it breaks out for the city of San Fernando. Total RENA allocation for this time frame is 1,791. That breaks out into 4 different income categories: very low income, low, moderate, and above moderate. And here you can see the breakdown, starting with the very low category, which represents less than 50% of area median income. That's 460 units. In the low, that's 273 units. The moderate income is 283. And then in the above moderate, we have the remaining portion, which is 775. As you can see, the greatest proportion amongst those 4 categories is actually in the above moderate. That is representative of some of the methodology, which incorporates what they call a social equity adjustment, whereby lower income communities don't receive, effectively receive less of the responsibility for building very low and low income housing, where that's more distributed towards communities that have higher resources. That really being sensitive to concerns of poor communities historically having to bear the brunt of building income restricted housing, while wealthier communities may have not borne their fair share of that responsibility. The 6th cycle allocation represents an 825% increase over the 5th cycle allocation, which is the current cycle we're in now, which runs from 2013 to 2021. That allocation in raw number, in aggregate number, was 217 units. So we're going from 217 to 1791. That is really representative of the regional increase, which went from 438,000 units in the 5th cycle for SCAG as a region to the over 1.3 million units for the upcoming 6th cycle. The draft allocations were included for all of the local governments across the SCAG region in your agenda packet. It also includes information about the RENA appeals procedure, and so there is a detailed process that is outlined in the appeals procedure. I'll walk through a couple of those, but I will mention that staff will prepare to submit an appeal regarding San Fernando's draft RENA allocation by the final deadline, which is October 26th. There's a prescribed RENA appeal request form, and in terms of the basis for appeal, it is quite limited. The local jurisdictions can only final appeal based on the criteria that's given within the procedure. And so they lay that out really in 3 main categories. And this information you can find on page, it begins on page 271 of your council packet. I am on page 272. Starting with item 1, which is these are the criteria, the bases under which an appeal can be made. First one is methodology, that SCAG failed to determine the jurisdiction's share in accordance with the final RENA methodology, and essentially meaning basically if the city, if SCAG did not perform some sort of mathematical error. The second one is related to local planning factors and information affirmatively furthering fair housing. So each jurisdiction provided some input on a survey basis, and this basis would be if SCAG had somehow ignored that information. The vast majority of these the majority of these line items would not be applicable in San Fernando's case, but I'll walk through them. Each jurisdiction's existing and projected jobs and housing relationship, the opportunities and constraints to development of additional housing in each jurisdiction, the distribution of household growth assumed for purposes of a comparable period of regional transportation plans and opportunities, agreements between a county or city to direct growth towards incorporated areas of the county or designated for agricultural protection or preservation. The loss of units contained in assisted housing developments, the percentage of existing households at each of the income levels, listed in the methodology that's paying more than 30% and more than 50% of their income in rent, the rate of overcrowding, the housing needs of farm workers, the housing needs generated by the presence of a university or campus of Cal State or UC, the loss of units during a state of emergency declared by the governor, the region's greenhouse gas emissions targets provided by the State Air Resources Board, and information based on the issues, strategies, and actions that are included in the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. The last one is kind of a catch-all, and the third category is changed circumstances, which is a little broad, but it's described as that a significant and unforeseen change in circumstance has occurred in the jurisdiction after April 30th, 2019, and merits a revision of the information previously submitted by the local jurisdiction. Appeals on this basis shall only be made by the jurisdiction or jurisdictions where the change in circumstances has occurred. Importantly, the procedures note the limits on the scope of appeal, and specifically SCAG will not grant any appeal based on the following. Any other criteria other than those criteria that I've mentioned. You cannot appeal on the basis of a local jurisdiction's existing zoning ordinance and land use restrictions, including but not limited to the contents of the local jurisdiction's current general plan. You also cannot appeal based on any local ordinance, policy, or voter-approved measure or standard limiting residential development. You cannot appeal based on prior underproduction of housing in a jurisdiction from the previous regional housing need allocation. And lastly, you cannot appeal based on a stable population numbers in a jurisdiction. The hearing body for these appeals is the RENA subcommittee, which is then referred to as the RENA Appeals Board. All decisions made by the RENA Appeals Board are considered final. And if a hearing is scheduled, notice is provided to the jurisdictions at least 21 days in advance of the hearing. And in consideration of the current COVID-19 pandemic, hearings may be conducted via teleconference. Importantly, what happens after an appeal? The appeals board will make a determination. They will likely make a determination after hearing all arguments and presentations on each subject jurisdiction. And ultimately, if there are adjustments based on the appeals, the numbers appealed, SCAG shall distribute the adjustments proportionally to all local jurisdictions. If the appeals total 7% or less of the aggregate number, so if it's the adjustments are 7% or less of the 1.3 million, then basically they will just be distributed proportionally to all local jurisdictions. So what that means in effect is if, for example, just using the City of LA successfully appeals 100 units of their housing allocation, that would be distributed proportionally to all the local jurisdictions, including themselves. So they would get back some proportion of their successful appeal. If the adjustments total more than 7% of that 1.3 million housing need, then law requires that SCAG develop a methodology to distribute that amount. And I know I threw a lot at you, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate. At this point, that concludes staff's presentation. It's recommended that City Council receive and file this information regarding the city's sixth cycle RENA draft allocation. I do want to know after the preparation of the staff report that the the general plan ad hoc committee did meet last Monday, September 28th, and we walked through these items as well as all other sort of general plan updates and information.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I'll start with the general plan ad hoc. I think a couple things you want to be clear on though. Our current progress on page 246, we are 87 units away from our target. Is that right? Our target is 217 and we have 87 remaining. Does that look right to everybody?
If I, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, so you're looking at the information that was presented,
yeah,
providing our latest information through calendar year 2018. We provided an update earlier this year with our status through calendar year 2019.
Yeah.
So we are further along than this actually. So our remaining target is less than this. We've actually produced over 217 housing units during this current cycle. Mm-hmm. However, kind of the nuance of this is that you have to achieve every number in each of the 4 income levels, and so we haven't done it all within the we've done more in some and actually gone above and beyond in those categories, met and exceeded those, while in 2 of the categories we still haven't hit those targets as of yet.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification, but go, Ms. Mendoza, if you would like to start us off on council comments.
Yes, well, I think that the 1,791 units is an outrageous amount for our 2.42 mile city, and that we need to move forward and appeal this in whatever category we can fit in and see what we can do. And I think that we should also probably include that something that if other cities appeal and get approved, and if that could add more units to our city, then that be a part of this, that we consider that when we submit an appeal. Because right now we're appealing 1,791 units, but potentially it could be, 2,000 units, or who knows how many more it could be based on how many communities or cities appeal. So this is, we need to really look and consider the quality of life of the residents of San Fernando. I oppose high density, so we really need to put a lot of effort into this appeal. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. What was it? 800 and something % increase?
815%.
I would love a 800% increase in my wages. I just don't see how we can even come up with this or even come close to this in the city of San Fernando. I know the only way that we would be able to do this is very, very vastly increase our our density level. And I know, talking on the Independent Cities Association board, several other cities are completely against their arena numbers that they received as well, and looking at possibly see what they can do as a total group of cities, because it could possibly be more powerful than just say the city of San Fernando going out there and saying, hey, don't give us this. Because I would also like to wonder, what would we expect the cost to be if we did appeal this, and what happens if cities do appeal it and they do win? Do they just forgive those arena numbers, or it gets redistributed, correct, to other cities? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so, and this is not, this is counterintuitive, and that's why I tried to explain it earlier. Assuming, a small proportion, meaning 7% or less of the total number is what gets, like, for lack of a better term, successfully appealed, those numbers basically then get distributed proportionally to all the jurisdictions, including the jurisdiction that successfully appealed. So yeah, you may appeal your number, but you're actually going to get some portion of that back just based upon the redistribution.
Yeah, so it's not going to be forgave necessarily. And then what would the potential cost for doing this or appeal process, and I guess professional opinion on if we actually do have any validity based on these? Because just me looking at them, I don't think we do, but I mean, it's out of my realm.
Yeah, at this point, staff's intention was to handle it largely in-house. Other jurisdictions, are they hiring PhDs to look at this stuff and pull it apart? Maybe. That's not a resource that we think is necessary at this time. So staff is going to put together the appeal internally, get feedback from the council, obviously, but move forward with that.
Okay. So my recommendation, and was there a timeline on this to appeal process?
Yes. So the deadline for us to submit the appeal is October 26th. So staff will be submitting that well in advance of then. The general proposed timeline from SCAG is that appeals hearings would be heard sometime this winter. Very few of the SCAG's original timeline has come true for many reasons, and to be fair, because of COVID-19 as well. So it remains to be seen how that will play out. But we would anticipate something happening within the next 4 to 5 months, just to be conservative. That, of course, is independent of, as you mentioned, that there's always the potential for litigation, and how that stretches things out or how that impacts this remains to be seen.
And do you or have you heard of feedback? Because I know I have, from other communities that are going to appeal this process.
Yes, I have. And I've also heard from other communities that are weighing it and may ultimately not. But I think that most of the communities that I've spoken to intend to submit some form of appeal.
And what teeth, if any, do they have if we do not meet our arena numbers?
That's an excellent question, Councilmember. So what's on the books right now statewide is really a form of streamlining for certain types of affordable projects. So that was put into effect back in 2018. Basically, if a community is not, actually issuing enough building permits for those units during the cycle, then they're subject to two different categories of affordable housing development projects. So if you're not meeting your low income, then there's certain types of, if you're not meeting your low or very low income categories, there's a certain type of project with a certain mix of affordability that the city would have to basically approve, ministerially. If you're not meeting your higher income categories, there would be another type of project with a lower affordability component, a lower proportion of the project being affordable units that would be streamlined as well. As I mentioned, I just brought up with the ad hoc committee, and I shared that even since 2018, this has not been a popular way for housing development projects to advance in the state of California. By my understanding, 3 or fewer, I actually think 2 projects statewide since then have actually utilized this. And none, as far as I'm aware, in Los Angeles County. So it's not popular because of the various requirements. There's a pretty significant hurdle for these projects to meet to qualify for the streamlining. They have to pay prevailing wage. They can't displace, be on land that displaces housing units that have existed in the last 10, 15 years. A various number of criteria that makes it a very difficult hurdle for that type of project to move forward. At this time, that's the only I don't want to say penalty, but that's the only sort of consequence of not building enough housing units. That said, the meeting the RHNA numbers during the cycle is one part of the puzzle. The first part, the foundational piece, is with these cycles, every local jurisdiction has to adopt an updated housing element, which is a part of the city's general plan. So that's kind of step one. And if you don't do that, then what has happened over the last several years is that your agency then is not eligible for certain grant opportunities. But those grant opportunities are, focused around planning to develop housing anyway. So if your community that doesn't care about housing development whatsoever, maybe it's not a significant impact to you. But for most communities that are trying to do the right thing, but obviously are still based in reality, that is one potential consequence worth considering if you don't adopt a compliant housing element update.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just it's very shocking to have such a large leap, and I think it's very very burdensome on so many cities that this is going to happen. And I know several cities, other cities that are already, you can argue, aren't doing their part, are actually going to put in to appeal their RHNA numbers. So I almost feel like we have to approve or try to appeal just because so many other cities are going to appeal. Then I don't want to, maybe this isn't even possible. If a couple other cities win and we don't even try, then we're still going to get stuck with their numbers anyways. I don't know if it's if that's possible or not, or just sit back and see, well, let's see what happens with these other appeals. Thank you.
Does that conclude your questions and comments, Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. And I am returning to the meeting. Has Councilmember Mendoza had an opportunity yet for questions or comments? Yes.
Yeah, we're on Councilmember Ballin now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ballin?
Councilmember Ballin, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Oh, I got it, got it. Okay. I'm gonna sing the same old song. Palos Verdes, San Marino, let's see, um, Beverly Hills. They have never met the arena numbers ever. And they kind of laughed in my face at a meeting and said, there's no consequence. And they don't intend to, and they will never meet those arena numbers, and probably Simi Valley as well. So you have the more affluent areas, they don't care what these numbers say at all. And we definitely need to fight this. I can think of a lot of areas where they have affluent homes. They should have to meet the arena numbers as well. It's always on the, it's always put on the disadvantaged communities, and it's wrong. And what are we going to do as far as parking for over 1,200, whatever number, with 1,700, almost 1,800 additional homes? That is so ridiculous. There's a real problem, parking problem right now. But I know you're going to fight this. I know you're going to do a really great job, Tim. I expect a win because I know you like to win. So I am counting on you 100%. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I think we're all pretty outraged about this number. As the City of San Fernando SCAG representative, I definitely try to let our concerns be known with how unfair the methodology is and how unfair the outcome is. I would like to echo the sentiments made by my colleagues, especially by Ms. Vallin. She's absolutely right. A lot of cities go about planning their local jurisdiction how they want, and to hell with Sacramento telling them what to do. And I think the city of San Fernando has done an outstanding job in doing our part throughout this housing crisis, because that's what it is. The fact is we are in a housing crisis, and the state really is scrambling to do something about homelessness. The problem is this RENA situation largely ignores local feedback. It ignores local control and say so about what happens in our communities, and we're the best ones to make those decisions, not Sacramento. That's one of my biggest problems with it. It also ignores our recent success with the RENA numbers. It largely does not matter how well we did meeting, let's say, moderate income households or low income households. And that's another reason why it's so unfair. And you're absolutely right on the comments earlier about parking. From the presentation, I believe it said there's about 3 people per 1 housing unit. So if we're building, 17, close to 2,000 housing units, another 6,000 people, I mean, that's a 30% increase in our population just right there. I mean, I don't know how it's going to shake out, but these numbers are definitely a bit alarming. I would also, and we spoke about this in the general plan ad hoc, I think we are absolutely on board here with joining litigation with other cities, or largely just ignoring these mandates and doing what's right for our city here in San Fernando. That being said, I think the housing element update and especially the environmental justice update portion of the housing elements are going to be very important for council feedback and really for you, the viewers, the residents, the community. We really are trying to sound the alarm here with how much Sacramento is asking us to increase housing in San Fernando. And I'm pretty sure that none of us see 1,700 plus as a viable option. Largely unfair also because suburban areas are pretty much gifted with higher income threshold units, whereas high transit areas with lower median incomes are automatically given a higher low income and very low income housing numbers. So there's just a lot of inequity all around. And I would really like to see our lawyers, who we pay a lot of good money, really get creative and really go through the appeals process and let us know which arguments we intend to put forward. At first glance, some of these seem pretty compelling to me. So I'll be very interested in how we craft our argument. But there's several cities. I think El Segundo is one that jumps out at me largely because the square miles, from what I remember, are very similar to San Fernando's square mileage, and their numbers are, less than 1/3 of ours. And so I think there's a lot. Huntington Park in LA having less numbers than we do. It's just a lot of this just doesn't make sense to us. So I think we're all in agreement that something needs to be done, and I look forward to participating in this appeals process, keeping our ear to the street, so to speak, on pending litigation. And this is something that I think council would be very interested in pursuing, because we all take housing density very seriously. We are very cognizant, and we really do want to keep the charm. I really want to keep the charm of San Fernando. High density is not the answer. And so we need to work together to come up with a better locally informed policy for San Fernando. And that basically concludes my statements, and the city and council can count on me to continue to take these arguments to SCAG every month.
Thank you. I concur with my colleagues. This mandate is simply absurd. There is no logic that underpins these numbers. There is no consistency. There is no fairness. And San Fernando has really done an admirable role in providing housing for the community. But this goes far above and beyond what could be any reasonable person could expect to be fair. I think that there are a lot of problems that the state has caused when it comes to dealing with this housing crisis. First of all, not only these mandates, but many of the recent bills, or many of the bills that they've passed over the years, allowing for no parking for certain projects, allowing for very high density. I think that one of the biggest mistakes that they've recently made is allowing third units on properties, or even allowing secondary dwelling units or properties that don't have adequate on-site parking. And so the state, in an attempt to correct a housing problem, has created a whole new set of problems. And we need to use every resource available to, to appeal this and to make sure that there is equity. And based on the discussion, Mr. Howe, as I read in the report, you are asking for general direction. So I presume that you do not need a motion at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there any other questions or comments on this before we move on? I see none, and therefore we will continue. Mr. Kimball or Vice Mayor Pacheco, has item number 9 been done?
Item number 9, I believe.
The COVID response efforts?
Yes, it has.
Okay, great. I wasn't sure if it was skipped or not. I unfortunately did have a personal matter come up that necessitates me to leave shortly, but I wanted to move ahead to the item number 13, which is a discussion and request for direction of potential objectives and organizational structures of a Measure A advisory committee. Since postulating this at the last meeting, I haven't necessarily had any kind of feelings of enthusiasm. I did run into the chamber recently at the Starbucks grand opening, and while they were supportive of council discussing this, item, I didn't necessarily see any type of commitment to this revised committee. As it stands, and as I've mentioned before, I think that the council made an outstanding decision in having the transparency town halls. It's involved a lot of people. Those who have been involved have really enjoyed it. I feel that they get to grill staff on the numbers and understand it and understand the information intimately. I brought this forward as a suggestion because I do believe that there is that 15% of the population that might have liked a different type of committee. And my goal has simply to try to build a bridge and to try to unify everyone under a common cause. But whether this feels too rushed or we still don't have the right idea in mind, then it occurs to me that it's probably not an appropriate time to make this change. But since I did agendize it, I at least want to go around to my colleagues and hear if they have anything to say before moving on to the next item. And I will begin with Councilmember Mendoza.
Well, as I've mentioned in the past, I support the town halls. It has a lot of our residents participate. It's a more casual atmosphere for them to feel comfortable. If we structure it in any form, I feel that we won't have that response from the community. And they, you know, I mean, we don't have a lot of response to commission meetings, but, you know, and this route with the town hall, I've seen a favorable presence from the community. And I feel like you said, they understand the topics. They're able to ask the city manager the questions and get their questions answered right on the spot when possible. So I stand that we continue with the town halls. Thank you.
Councilmember Ballin, followed by Councilmember Gonzalez.
We had a big discussion on whether we should move forward with a committee. The decision was not to move forward with it. We've had great success with the town hall and going live, which is perfect. I tuned in the last town hall Measure A meeting that we had. Great questions. Nick and Diego did an outstanding job. I can't see why change something that's working out so well. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. I've been very vocal about being for a type of oversight committee. From the beginning, I still think there should be an oversight committee, or I don't think it should be a standing committee. I don't think it should involve council members. I think it should actually be an oversight committee made up of business owners, residents, and labor unions. I still do believe that we should have it as a public hearing. For example, for like our Metro Service Council, we have our public hearing where you can go, and I know several council members have participated these in the past, where you have different sections and you can provide input and feedback to the staff, and then they provide that feedback and information to the standing committee members. Standing committee members, we also get to walk around the room and see what's going on, hear what people are talking about, and also the public can address us. I think that's a great format for some type of oversight committee like that. But I also did, I do think it's a little too late now, and it's because we've gone over this for years, or it's been over a year now. I've been very vocal about this, and now it's coming up, and I think Vice Mayor, kind of mentioned too, is right before an election, could be a possible huge change for City Council. I think that this isn't the right time for it. I think we move it on. We push back until at least after the election, because it does seem a little political why we're doing this now. But also on top of that, we do have Measure SF that is on the ballot. So I think it would be smarter to wait until after the election when Measure SF passes or fails, so we can incorporate that too, because I don't see the point of having this committee to oversee Measure A when Measure SF is also being passed. I think they should just be all together. So my recommendation would be to push this back until after the election, until we have more information on to even see if Measure SF passed as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. You know, I was thinking about this since it came up in the last meeting. I've been trying to put myself in the shoes of a private citizen again. It wasn't that long ago when I was just an average citizen, not a council member. And I'm trying to understand, you know, people want to be heard. People in San Fernando want their dollars being invested in the streets. They want trash cleaned up. They want their trees trimmed, and they want things to work. And so it's very understandable for me. And in fact, I'm a big proponent of increased transparency in local government. And I think it's very important that small businesses have certainty. They are key members of our local economy, and residents who also pay, you know, their taxes are also very invested in where these dollars are being spent. And so I'm always going to be in favor of increased transparency and increased oversight of tax dollars. That being said, that's why I think our city council passed these public forums. These public forums are pretty much as transparent as can be. And I want to mark, so Mr. Kimball, I come back to it, the steps that were taken in order to try to alleviate some of the concerns by small businesses, by the chamber, by the mall association, in terms of how much money is being collected. I think we earmarked a special fund and this and that. So I would want you to chime in a little bit on what we've done over the last year or two to increase that transparency. But like I said, I think public forums are the way to go. I would propose that we increase their frequency. I think we should do these Measure A reports quarterly, meaning 4 times a year. I understand that this will be an increased commitment from staff and probably even from council members. But on the other hand, I believe it's a reasonable response to more representation and increased transparency and certainty for our residents and for our businesses. I probably would be in favor of an ad hoc committee being formed at some point in the future as well. I think our ad hoc committees are formed around singularly important issues that matter deeply to San Fernando, and this is certainly one of them. And I believe that residents are probably just looking for another avenue to relay their concerns, to give ideas about what needs to be done, with these tax dollars. So I could see myself supporting ad hoc in the future. However, that being said, echoing the comments from earlier, I think Measure SF being on the ballot is a little bit of a curveball, because I would expect that this would be, packaged into a similar committee, because it's, along those same lines. And so besides my previous comments about perhaps increasing the frequency of these public town halls, I think that City Council should maybe consider a formation of an ad hoc committee at some point in the future. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all for that wonderful feedback. I will be departing shortly, but I know that Councilmember Ballin wanted to do part of the staff communication. Is that correct, Councilmember?
Yes, I'd like to hear from the city clerk regarding elections and PACs. And I believe the city manager, maybe the city attorneys will be chiming in on that as well.
Okay, so wait, just before we proceed to that, Mr. Vice Mayor, I think was asking for some feedback from staff regarding the Measure A and what we've done so
Oh, I
far.
apologize. I thought that it was when he ended on his general principles of transparency, I inferred that as us moving on, but you were correct, Mr. Kimball. Thank you for pointing that out.
Sure, and just to respond to that, so each year, since Measure A passed, the city during the budget process, we do detail out. Staff does a detailed presentation to council on what the proposed uses for Measure A in the upcoming budget year, and those are clearly delineated in the city manager's budget message, which is available online for anyone to review at any time for each budget year, and it's part of the budget book. We do have audited financials every year, our CAFR. And in that, we do have a management discussion analysis section that does also sort of reiterate what Measure A funds are used for. We have the annual report that is required by the Measure A ordinance that talks about uses or collections each year of Measure A, what those funds were used for. And then there's some requirements related to how those funds are managed. And we work with a private company, HDL, to ensure that we are collecting all the funds that we should. So those are sort of and all of that is available online for public review at any time. So those are sort of some of the what we've been doing. And then leading up to the town hall that was approved last year. So since that was approved just about this time last year, the staff has held 2 town halls, one in February of this year, and then one just a few weeks ago. Council actually did direct staff to increase those to at least 3 times a year, but if not 4. Unfortunately, however, that was in February of last year when COVID hit. It was going to be very difficult to do one during the budget process, but we do plan on holding at least 3, again, depending on what the COVID environment looks like, but we would hold one again in February at the beginning of the budget process, potentially another one in May during the budget process, and then again in September of next year. And again, that would be that town hall style update. So I believe that's what you were looking for feedback, Vice Mayor. If I did miss anything.
Yeah, and then if any of those, if any of the forums actually led to a tangible, budget enhancement or something like that, I don't know if we have any kind of like point-to-point type feedback.
Yeah, so actually, the pothole busters. So a lot of what we've received in both of the 2 town halls have been pretty related to tree trimming, tree trimming, and street repair and sidewalk repair. So council during the last budget, unfortunately, it was a very bare bones budget, so we didn't have a lot of a lot to play with. But we did. They did approve in the prior budget. Pothole buster unit was approved. That was just staffed up a few months ago. And so staff, from our standpoint, has been very valuable because developing next year's budget, the 21-22 budget, we will definitely be including and recommending some street repair and some economic development. There was a lot of cleanliness related to the downtown area. There was a lot of economic development comments as part of that. So and we did include $50,000 for an economic development program last year. So many of the, especially related to economic development, street repair, that kind of reiterated what some of the community priorities have been.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are on the staff communication part regarding the election update.
So is this going to be Councilmember Ballin's staff communication for the meeting? I just want to understand what we're going to staff.
I'd like some information from the city clerk, since the mayor's gonna have to leave in a few minutes. I want to understand PACs and how they work. If you could give us some information on that, since you are the go-to person for elections.
Thank you, Councilmember Ballin. In regards to PACs and how they work, that is definitely something that I would defer to the FPPC with all of their regulatory needs. I don't think I'm qualified enough to answer as far as how they work, unless you have something very, very specific on the item.
And if I may, Julia, so you know, I do believe this isn't necessarily an agendized item, but there, what I think we can provide information to, especially for the public, is basically refer them where. So a PAC is a political action committee. So in you know, I'll look to the city attorney for a little assistance as well, but we can give sort of a high level, anyone that's interested in how a PAC works. They're not.
Nick, can I just stop you for 1 minute? I want the community to know why I'm asking. It's many community members and business owners have called me, and they're very upset about that hit piece on Councilmember Mendoza and Mayor Fajardo. And they want to know, and they've been doing some research to figure out this PAC that send that out. They want to know who's behind it. They're very angry about that hit piece. So I made a commitment. I would ask the question. So,
gotcha.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you. So that helps with a little bit of direction. So basically, what you know, and this is very generalized, but any community organization or fundraising entity that gets involved in elections has certain filing requirements. There are different types of PACs and how they're organized and who funds them and how they can raise funding. But in general, all of those, anyone that puts out election related information does need to register with the FPPC. That's the Fair Political
Practices
Commission. So the FPPC is the regulatory agency, and that anyone that is fundraising and getting politically involved must submit their paperwork to. So anyone interested in finding out any information about any particular political message, I believe almost all of those messages are required at the very bottom to have who put out that flyer or the message and what they're, you know, it's got to have the name of the organization. And I believe there's an identification number. Anyone that's interested can look up, go to the FPPC website and look up using, you know, the name of that organization and their identification, and find out any political, you know, so whatever public information that is required to be filed by that particular organization. So San Fernando, just to kind of delineate, you know, we are not a regulatory, and quite frankly, we can't, other than making sure the election, you know, goes off smooth, working with the county to make sure it goes off smoothly. All of the political and campaign related information, all is funneled through FPPC. It doesn't come through sort of the city or the city clerk's office. But you know, again, all of that information is available with the FPPC. And Rich, I don't know if you have anything else to add regarding, you know, different types of PACs or how any residents or concerned citizens can go about, you know, finding that information.
Right. The majority of differences between the PACs, you know, has primarily to do with who controls them, who they solicit funds for, and depending on who they are, there are different levels of reporting responsibilities and accounting responsibilities. I had some occasion this afternoon to look up the PAC that I understood was the subject of controversy today, and it appears to be characterized as a general purpose. It's called a general purpose PAC, which essentially means that it can raise money, it can raise funds and make expenditures to support a variety of candidates and measures. So it seems to have a broader scope than just being dedicated to a particular campaign. One thing that is definitely true of a committee like that is the obligation to provide attribution or to identify themselves in mailers that go out to the public. And if that, I haven't seen the mailer myself, but if indeed it did not identify the PAC, that could potentially be a problem. As Nick pointed out, the FPPC is the enforcement arm for violations like that. They do have a web page which even has complaint forms that you can submit electronically, and the FPPC will look into the complaints. I do know from experience that one of the challenges with working with the FPPC is that they are very overworked, and a problem you may identify in one election may take beyond the election to ultimately get resolved. But that is your primary option in terms of seeking redress and enforcement.
And Julia, maybe you can add how anyone that's interested may want to contact the FPPC. I think you have that.
Yes, so thank you. In order to contact the FPPC, they have email address or telephone number. And their email address is advice@fppc.ca.gov. Again, it's advice@fppc.ca.gov. And I did, I just
No,
wanted
go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sorry. I wanted to add an additional comment with regard to information that you can research on political action committees. And the Secretary of State is where one would register to become a committee, and they will list, if you type in their ID or even a name of the PAC, they will list that particular committee along with any of the forms that they may have filed. In this particular case, I too had a chance to look at the matter at hand, and they are on the Secretary of State as a qualified committee. Outside of that, I don't have any other information. So I know you had asked for maybe some information that the clerk's office may have.
Well, I just, I've received many texts, many phone calls, even business owners from Sylmar were very upset with the attack piece. But I just want to let the residents know, last year there was an attack piece by Responsible Leadership PAC. It wasn't last year, it's the year that I ran. And it was rather interesting. And I could tell you one thing about these PACs to the community. Most of these people do not live in the city of San Fernando. They are not residents. They have their special interest group. They have a whole different agenda. And this Responsible Leadership PAC, I just want to share with the residents, they raised quite a bit of money. And I believe this money was for, Mayor, would you help me? What was that money used for?
Well, I presume that most of it was for mailers the last time that I looked into it. And it was for mailers that benefited, I think that every mailer that I received anyhow was to the benefit of Antonio Lopez, Ivan Mejia Pena, and Measure A. And they sent out a whole variety of materials, whether it's ultra jumbo size posters in the mail, not posters, but enormously big flyers to normal size flyers. And I don't recall the exact number, but I think that it was to the tune of about 40,000, give or take, that they spent on the election.
Well, I have it right here because I could tell you that this man, Jonathan, from Sherman Oaks, he contributed 5,000 to the PAC.
No, I thought you were asking.
No, this particular PAC, the Responsible Leadership PAC, for my election that they were promoting. Right, they were promoting Yvonne.
I thought you asked how they spent their money, not who had contributed to it.
No, who contributed to it. So and this is why I'm saying these hit pieces from PACs that are attacks, they're not residents of the city of San Fernando. So I just want the residents to keep that in mind. They're being manipulated. And so this Jonathan fellow contributed 25,000. Victor Sampson, 500. Alexander Warren, 1,000. Richard Katz, 1,000. A Cree PAC, 6,000. Ashkenazi Development, 5,000. Hertzberg for Senate.
Mr. Padilla has his hand up.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I understand this is a council communication item, but we may
Yeah.
be getting a
I'm
little
just-
too into the weeds. And
You're right, I did.
so-
But the point is the residents who are tuning in, I just want to make them aware when they get these hit pieces on candidates, and I'm not running, but I'm pissed. Just remember, most of these PACs, they're not residents. They have an agenda. And what is that agenda? Think about their agenda. It's very self-serving. Thank you, Richard. I'll zip my lips until it's council comment time, and then I won't stop. Thank you.
All right, does that conclude your update, Ms. Fritz?
Actually, I have other updates, Mr. Mayor and City Council. As you may already be aware, that the vote by mail period has officially started, and that is today, October 5th, through Election Day. Vote by mail drop boxes are open and being used. There are many citizens actually that came to City Hall today to drop off their ballots in the drop box over by the council chambers outside. Know that these ballots are securely collected every, about 72 hours until it gets closer to the election day, and then they'll up it to about 24 hours. Currently, I believe the last time I communicated, we weren't sure about how many vote centers are going to be in San Fernando. But at this time, we have 5 locations for in-person vote centers. Of course, we have our Las Palmas, and we have the Recreation Park. We also have the San Fernando Library as an in-person vote center. Mission City Church on McClay, 777 North McClay, as also a in-person vote center. And we have First United Methodist Church as a in-person vote center. So beginning on October 30th, these centers will open between the hours of 10 to 7 a.m. And on election day, they will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And well, that concludes my report for any current information on elections. And I'm available if there's any questions on those items.
Thank you. At this time, I will be departing. I recommend that the city council continue with item number 11 onward. Item number 13 was completed. And then we come back to staff communication, allowing the rest of the staff to give his or her updates.
Mayor, can I just recommend, just to avoid confusion, can we just finish the staff communication portion since?
You may. I will be leaving, and so should the vice mayor want to take that recommendation, then I'm sure it will serve him well. So thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore that recommendation. Just kidding. Go ahead, Nick, if you like.
Sure. So I do know, I believe Diego just wanted me to remind all council and everyone that's listening at the moment that we will be doing on October 19th, there will be an item from finance sort of reviewing the FY 19-20 budget, because we are actual preliminary actuals. So that will be on the 19th, and it should be interesting to the public about our financials last year and how that impacts this current budget. And then another item on the 19th that's going to be very important is we will have Metro staff providing a presentation on the East San Fernando Valley Transit line. Their EIR is currently out and ready to be available for public review. So they're going to be going over some of that with city council and staff, and we'll be looking for council feedback and comment that we can give during this EIR review period. And then I'll just, if Julian or the chief or Tim have any staff updates, we can, and there's one, I don't know if Julia saw her email, but they actually did release some door-to-door campaign guidelines. The county did tonight about 6:30. We will share that with everyone tomorrow. I know that was of particular interest. So Julian, I see you're on. If you have any updates, please, staff updates, please feel free.
Yes, what the staff is preparing or getting ready for our virtual Dia de los Muertos festival. It's going to have 4 activities built in. They're all going to be virtual, so participants could can do the activities at their own time. It's going to be a 10-day period for the virtual festival from October the 24th through November the 2nd. There's going to be a film festival, a children's exploration run, a home altar building activity, and of course the 5K. All this is virtual. We have a flyer that's going to go out pretty soon, letting people where to link up to participate in any or all these activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any updates from the police department?
I have no updates. I just do have a request that City Council will close in memory of Kevin Verdi. He is one of our radio operators for Baker to Vegas. He passed away at a young age of 40 of a brain tumor on September 17th. He had been with our Baker to Vegas team for several years, handling our communication center in Vegas at our command post during the 24-hour event. And it was very sad and untimely. And I just request that the City Council close in memory of Kevin Verdi tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And Tim, anything on from your end? No. Okay, thank you for rolling with us on that one, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to be able to at least finish that out since we started the staff communication. I think if we go back in order, we're on item 11 on the homeless outreach, if that's what you would like to do.
Yes, please. Let's go ahead and move to item number 11, homeless outreach in San Fernando. We're expecting a report from staff.
Yes, thank you. And again, Tim will be leading the discussion on this item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. On August 5th of last year, staff presented a wide-ranging update on the city's homeless outreach efforts to date, and you have that report as part of your agenda packet. Since that time, I wanted to provide council with an update on what's transpired. At the end of January, the city participated, as it does each year, in a citywide homeless count as part of the 2020 Greater Los Angeles count, which is countywide. This took place between January 22nd and January 24th, and documented the number of individuals and families experiencing homelessness in LA County. The 2020 count identified 66,436 people experiencing homelessness within the LA area, which represented a 13% overall increase from 2019's count. Since March, staff has been working with the LA County Chief Executive Office to submit a statement of work to apply for a funding opportunity available through Measure H, which provides local cities resources to develop a plan to address homelessness in collaboration with the county and other partners to address that work primarily in addressing homelessness. The 2020 count for San Fernando, I want to preface, I would not look at these numbers in a vacuum, but I do want to just walk through the numbers that we've seen since the annual homeless count started back in 2013. From that time, we've seen the numbers show a consistent trend upward over the years, highlighted by our 2019 numbers, which represented the all-time high of 43 individuals. In 2020, however, that number decreased to 23 people. Now, again, I don't want to take those numbers in a vacuum. Again, this is sort of what they call a picture in time, a point in time count. So, you know, while and given the geographic extent of San Fernando relative to the huge lay of the land when you look countywide and certainly region-wide, I would not draw a conclusion that from 2019 to 2020, we have somehow solved the homelessness crisis. That is definitely not the takeaway that I would advocate based on this information. Nonetheless, staff has been working with LA County to create a document that would outline our holistic strategy to address homelessness in San Fernando. The funds that would be available are about $21,000 for us to create this homelessness plan. This is significant because having a homelessness plan adopted is a critical step and a prerequisite which can open up additional grant funding opportunities to really perform the implementation steps to address homelessness. Staff recommends that council receive and file this update and provide direction if necessary. That concludes staff's report. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Mr. Kim, we have anything to add, or should we open it up to city council comments?
No, just we have provided as an attachment the presentation that we did last year, which has a lot of information on host details. That's homeless outreach details run through the police department to connect individuals with services, as well as homeless connect days that we had run. You know, some of that effort obviously has been put on hold due to the COVID and wanting to limit the exposure of our employees to a certain extent. But we just improved, we included that information so the community can see a lot of the effort the city has been putting forth over the last couple of years with regards to connecting homeless individuals with services. And then obviously with this homeless plan that we're working on now, we'll kind of go even further as creating a roadmap to how we address homeless over the next few years. With that, like Tim said, staff's available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's open it up to council. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you. I have no questions. I believe that this is vital that we have to do this. And I just want to thank staff for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ballin?
Considering the situation we're in, I'm really surprised we don't have more homeless here in San Fernando. I wish that somehow we could find answers, but it's such a complex problem. I just don't see that there's a quick and easy answer. So I have no comments. Thank you very much, Tim. Great report. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza?
Thank you for the report, Tim. And I'm glad that this has come up and that we have an opportunity to apply for a grant that will just about pay for the entire plan. Mr. Howe? Yes?
That is correct.
Yeah, I've gotten a couple of calls regarding some homeless people within the community. And so I'm glad that we'll be able to address or possibly study this and see where we can move forward in addressing the homeless in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple things on the presentation. I think first off, I want to commend our staff and the San Fernando Police Department on a sensible approach to homelessness. One line in the report really stood out to me, that the police department has approached homelessness as a social issue and not as criminal activity. And I think that goes to show the type of empathy that we try to show here for the crisis that's happening on our streets. Secondly, I noticed under the budget impact, budget impact section, that the city does not currently have dedicated funding identified to address homeless issues. I think that should change. I think the city should absolutely have dedicated funding to address the homeless issue. And so my question, knowing that the October 19th budget update is coming up, I would like for us to be able to explore, if it's something that we're waiting on, $21,247 to create a homelessness plan. I would love to know, when those funds might actually hit, if, we are approved. I don't necessarily think we should wait on the Council of Governments. I think that $21,000 to get the plan done is something that I'm prepared to vote for. And so I would love to hear staff feedback on how this grant process is working, what we need for that plan, and what steps, once that plan is achieved, where do we go from there, so to speak.
Thank you. So as mentioned, staff has been working with LA County really since March to go through the necessary steps to get the approvals for the funds to be able to move forward with the homelessness plan. We basically accomplished all the steps. We're really at the end now, and the next step would be executing that funding agreement with LA County, and then being able to go through the process to select a consultant to help us create the homelessness plan. So we're pretty much there. As mentioned in the report, that from start of the creation of the plan, we're approximately 30 to 60 days away.
Okay, that's excellent news. And I'm assuming that the plan's objectives and recommendations are going to take some funds from San Fernando, right? I'm sure they're not going to be cheap. Strategies other cities, implement from these types of plans, or maybe Tim as well, or I don't know, what we might expect once this plan is, written up.
Tim, if you want to start, and then I can add some flavor after.
Yeah, thank you. So, first and foremost, what we see as key is having this plan is really a prerequisite to go after other funding through Measure H, which was if you'll recall, that was the voter-approved ballot initiative to help fund, homeless programs. So that is a pretty significant pool of funds to start addressing this. So we see that as sort of a fundamental piece of our approach moving forward. In terms of how we utilize these funds, I mean, there's a whole host of various types of programs that we can utilize. We can partner with other entities to provide services. We can partner with other entities to look at transitional housing opportunities within the region, you know, the funds that would be necessary for us, for example, San Fernando, to have a couple of spots designated at these locations. You know, certain services to assist folks in getting back on track or reintegrating. There's just a number of different services that we'd be looking at. The Vice Mayor, you're correct. These things all come with a price tag. So there will certainly be an opportunity in the future for council to weigh in on whether, you know, city funds can go towards these types of initiatives. But really, step one for us is to come up with a cohesive, well thought out plan, and identify potential partners, identify, you know, and more specific programs that we could then look at saying, okay, now we have a much firmer idea of the types of programs, the types of resources we would need to be able to effectuate those.
Thanks, Tim. And just to add to that just a bit, you know, we have been doing quite a bit with what little we have over the last few years. So although we don't have a dedicated stream of funding, we have received, you know, grant funding, the host grant funding, and we have received funding for those Homeless Connect days. So we've been spending money. It's just not regular. I think what Tim is sort of identifying and is, you know, really this plan, like Tim said, is step one, so that we know where to best spend money. So we don't want to just blindly allocate funds just for the sake of allocating funds. So this plan will really tell us, based on our homeless population, based on what, you know, what our specific problems are in town, this would be the best way to allocate funds. And you know, even some other cities have been able to fund a full-time staff member that's going to be a caseworker, that's just for San Fernando residents, things like that. So so really this, you know, we want to getting this plan in place by someone that deals with homeless, you know, issues every day, will really kind of create a roadmap to where we may, you know, want to allocate funds in the future on a more regular basis, and where those funds kind of make the most bang for your buck, so to speak.
Thank you, thank you. And if Chief is still on, I would love to hear if you could give us a brief update. I know you presented on it before about the host detail and how that went, you know, with the mental health specialists and so forth. And maybe you can give us some insight on how the contact with the homeless individuals, you know, transpired and so forth.
Well, when we thank you. When we do have this available right now, we're waiting for funding from the county, so it hasn't been funded for several months. They reallocated the funds to help out with the homeless situation throughout the county during the COVID-19 crisis. So, but when last time we have done it before COVID-19 hit, we were having great success. We meet with some, we have a couple of officers, but and subdued clothing, because we're not there for enforcement. We're there for outreach. We have personnel from the county health department with us, personnel from county mental health department as well, and we try to give them really try to reach out to them and give them whatever they can to get them out of their situation, some resources. Of course, you know, we can't force them to take these resources, but we do you know, try to help them out whatever we can, try to give them some direction for housing, some money, or to help them out for, you know, for food and water and drinks to get them healthy again, get them some medical facilities help. You know, that's when we had the events at the park for the homeless outreach program, which was a huge success every time we have done it. And Julian and his crew have been really helpful and coordinating this with the county. We have all kinds of resources available to the homeless population. It's just not only our community, it's the surrounding area as well. We usually have about well over 100 homeless people to come out and take advantage of what we've had. So we've had some huge successes with that program and the host program. We're just waiting from the county to release the funds again. It's been a little difficult. It's been little bit of political play. It's been going on in the background. So everybody's been kind of patient, and hopefully we'll get that resolved soon so we can get back out there and try to get the resources we can to help out our homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I truly appreciate it. Okay, if I think we're just receiving the report, right? And unless there's any more comments or questions, okay, let's go ahead and move to agenda item number 12. Information report on the methane leak. Council is, I'm sorry, staff is offering an informational report.
Yes,
That's correct, Vice Mayor. Good evening, and good evening, Council. I just wanted to give you some background on the methane leak that was reported by Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Just as a reminder, this is an item that was Councilmember Mendoza brought forward on September 8th and requested that staff come back with a informational report on this leak after doing some research. So just to give you a little background, on August 25th is when DWP first announced during a public meeting with its Board of Commissioners on the leak that had been detected at this facility in Sun Valley. On August 26th, South Coast Air Quality Management District was notified of the leak and started coordinating testing and monitoring of the site with LADWP. And it was on September 8th that LADWP came back. Their technical staff gave a detailed report to its Board of Commissioners on the efforts to repair the equipment that was causing it. And I provided a couple of links in the staff report on page 361 and 362 that take you to the references going to the website from South Coast Air Quality Management District and the reporting that they're doing on the leak, as well as the video of the staff report that was given. It's very detailed, and the following timeline is really based on that staff report that their technical staff gave to their board. Just going point by point, an outside study was conducted by Jet Propulsion Laboratories starting in 2017 for the state of California to delineate methane sources across the state. And typically they're looking at major producers, landfills, dairy farms, as well as any sort of oil refineries, things like that. As they they fly over certain parts of the state, and they have equipment where they can delineate plumes of methane that are occurring. During the study in 2017, JPL detected a source at the facility in Sun Valley over its compressor units. LADWP indicated that they were not made aware of these results until JPL repeated the study in 2020. LADWP claims that they became aware of the leak in August of 2019 during its own internal monitoring of its compressors. And it was at that time that they started working with the manufacturer of their compressor units to see if they can make those repairs. They indicated that they didn't make any notification to the community because they weren't concerned about the levels that they were detecting because of the personal gas monitors that their staff wears, as well as the units that they have on site that can detect methane. So just to give you an idea, these gas monitors will go off at about 10% of the lower explosive limit. This is equivalent to 5,000 parts per million of methane. From August 2019 through the first half of this year, DWP started working with their manufacturer to determine the root cause of the compressor leaks and to work on the repairs. And in August of 2020 is when the methane plume was studied again by JPL and was found to have increased in size over the compressors. And this is when LADWP indicated they first became aware of this JPL methane study. And this is when they decided to take action in notifying the community and the board at this meeting on August 25th. Since then, they've reported on a round of repairs that was completed on September 5th at the facility that reduced the rate of the leak by 95%, going from 150 kilograms per hour to a reduced rate of around 3 kilograms per hour. And they also reported that they expect those repairs to be completed by November of this year. South Coast Air Quality Management District has since studied the fence line at the perimeter of the property for emissions and have reported that methane to be at normal background levels. And as part of this report, LADWP staff committed to more transparency with the community by proposing air quality monitoring database that could be made available to the public, a fence line air quality monitoring program with data being made available to the community, and a public notification system for future detections of methane. Again, it's early in the process. They didn't really provide any details on what that would look like, but this is something that they committed to their board and the community. Now getting into a little bit of the regulatory information from Air Quality Management District. Again, they were notified of the leak on August 26th and immediately coming out the next days began obtaining test samples of the site near the source of the compressor leak. And the highest concentration of methane that they detected from these samples in a laboratory setting was 68 parts per million. They also, as I mentioned before, conducted monitoring along the perimeter fence line of the site, and concentrations were found to be consistent with normal background levels. An important thing to note is the SCAQMD does not regulate methane emissions. This is actually done at the state level by the California Air Resources Board. And again, if you look in the link that I provided in the report, if we keep going back to this site, Air Quality Management District site, this is where they'll continue to update the community on any regulatory action that they're taking or any action that is being taken by the California Air Resources Board. Providing just a little bit of more information on methane gas. Methane is not considered a toxic pollutant. It's colorless and odorless, so it's very difficult to detect. The ways that it's considered harmful are really three ways. It's highly flammable, starting at a concentration of 50,000 parts per million. It's an asphyxiant in confined spaces, so in high concentrations in a closed off area, it'll displace oxygen, it can suffocate. And it's considered a climate pollutant and a strong greenhouse gas, 25 times stronger than carbon dioxide. And just following up on that, and just in terms of potential impact of this leak and its impact to the community, based on those three ways of harmful exposure, staying below the lower explosive limit, the highest value that was reported by South Coast Air Quality Management District was 68 parts per million. This is approximately 0.1% of the threshold required for an explosion to occur. So the data that's being collected does not indicate that there would be any harm or any danger of flammability or explosion as a result of this leak. The other thing that we're looking at is that this is considered an outdoor space, not a confined space, and at low concentrations. So there would not be any danger of methane causing suffocation at these levels and in an outdoor space. Really where we focus on is the term of its potential to impact the environment as a greenhouse gas climate pollutant. And really right now, there is nothing that's been provided from the state by California Air Resources Board as a result of their investigation. I think it's just getting started. So nothing's been reported from California Air Resources Board on their regulatory activity and investigation of this event. And at this time, we'll just be following up to see if there's any new information. No data has been provided from the JPL studies, so we really don't have a lot of data as to what they were detecting at what levels. What we do know is that the timeline of the leak is at least 3 years old. So that is where CARB would most likely be putting their resources into investigation, is the timeline of the leak, how long it lasted, as well as the concentrations of that leak before they come back with any sort of regulatory action. But as I stated, staff will continue to do research on this, stay on top of any regulatory actions from AQMD or CARB. And just as a note, I think it's next week. Yes, it's the Board of Commissioners for LADWP meets I think the second and fourth Tuesday of every month, and it's next week that they'll have their next meeting. The agenda is not currently up, so I'm not aware of what they might be talking about, but I'll definitely be putting my eyes on that presentation, and if there's anything made available, I'll come back to the council on that. But at this point, I'm glad to open it up to any questions that council might have.
Thank you. Let's start with council, Ms. Mendoza.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew, for the report. So did you say that they're going to take measures or put something in place so that they get notified just as at the point that JPL was able to detect the leak?
Yeah, they haven't given any details as to this transparency measure of theirs. They mentioned it very quickly in their staff report. And I imagine those are the details that might start coming back at the next meeting with the Board of Commissioners, if there is an item on there. But at this point, they haven't really given any details as to what sort of database they'll create, how they'll make that available to the public. But that is something I'll definitely be staying on top of for the council, and I could, as that becomes available, I'll make that information available for the community.
Okay. And you mentioned they plan to have it fully repaired by November 2020. So I would like to request that we send them a letter and that we be kept in the loop of what's going on, and with any early detection of any methane leak that we be notified.
Sure.
And when the work is completed, just keep us abreast of what's going on. They should notify us. We shouldn't have to go to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I will. I'll make note of that, and I'll start working on that.
I'm not a methane leak expert, but I need your guidance and your input on whatever might be needed as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think as I was saying, the important information that we're still waiting on is what the state will say regarding the leak and any regulatory action. So that may take a couple of months before they report back, but certainly we'll keep council informed on their actions.
Thanks.
Thank you for your comment, Mendoza.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I think there's two things that are quite remarkable in this case. The first being that the leak happened for so long and no one said anything or did anything about it, but also that it's still under normal levels. I think that the community really got lucky that it didn't or wasn't worse than what we thought or what was actually going on. But that being said, there should be no gas leaks or methane leaks not detected, and especially to go on for years like that. So if there is any silver lining to a gas leak, at least it's so minimal that it hasn't been able to, according to measurable data that they use, been above normal or at higher levels. So thank you for the update.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Ms. Ballin?
Yes, I'd like to thank Councilmember Mendoza for bringing this forward, and Matthew, thank you for doing such an outstanding job. And I agree very much with Councilmember Mendoza. We need to stay on top of this. They obviously missed it again and again, and it's important that it doesn't get to the level that there's casualties involved. So I just want to thank you both very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Very important update. It was definitely concerning to hear that there's inconsistencies about when they knew it, how they knew it, who knew what when. So thank you for these updates. And yeah, I echo the sentiment that we're gonna have to keep our eyes on it. So thank you for the report. And unless there's anything else staff would like to add, we can move on. Great. Let's go on to agenda item number 15.
Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Yes, please.
Did we agree that a letter will be sent out, or did we?
Yeah, staff will prepare a letter and then we'll send it around to all council members to see if they would like their signature attached.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 15, consideration to allocate Independent Cities Finance Authority's Community Outreach Program funds. This item was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Ballin. Ms. Ballin, would you like to start us off? Or would you like to have staff start us off? Either way.
Well, I would like to say that the city manager and I spoke about the allocation and the reallocation of some funds. And I will ask him to please take care of the presentation if he doesn't mind.
Sure. I'll be very brief. Each year, Councilmember Ballin is the city's liaison to the Independent Cities Finance Authority. They have a program whereby to incentivize participation by the board members. So if you attend a certain number, I believe it's 80% of the meetings in a year, then ICFA will provide $7,500 to that city or that community to be used toward community events and community programs. Again, in fiscal year 1920, Councilmember Ballin met the number of attended the required number of meetings. So for the current, the city received the $7,500 in community funds from ICFA. So in speaking with Councilmember Ballin, the recommendation is that full $7,500 will be allocated toward the Women's Right to Vote 100-year anniversary commemorative mural that council had given staff direction to move forward with earlier, a few meetings ago. And then in addition to that, $3,500 in ICFA funds were originally allocated to support the Open Streets event that was scheduled to be held in November of this year. However, as we had again discussed earlier this year, that since those large gatherings are not allowed anymore, we reallocated those funds toward actually bollards and open streets to permanently close or to periodically close down streets in the downtown area. So that $3,500 in ICFA funds is no longer needed since that event was canceled. So there's also a recommendation to reallocate that $3,500 toward the Women's Right to Vote mural, which would bring that to a total budget of approximately $11,000, and would allow staff to move forward with some sort of budget so we can move forward with an RFP and getting an artist, getting the process to get an artist in place for that mural. So with that, that's all staff's report, and we're just looking for council support to appropriate those funds. There's a resolution attached that reflects the appropriation in the manner recommended in the staff report. Thank you.
And I would just like to move the item. I would like to add one thing. Unfortunately, the mayor was not able to stay, but he did mention that he was going to commit some of his community funds toward the mural, and I will follow up with him. But we're voting on what's on the agenda tonight. The 11, what is it, Nick? $11,500?
11,000 flat.
Flat. Okay, 11,000. Oh, you're right. 11,000 flat. So I move the item.
I second.
Thank you so much. Okay. There's a motion on the floor and it has been seconded. Are there any further comments to be made? Ms. Mendoza or Mr. Gonzalez?
I have no comment.
No, terrific idea. Let's vote.
Okay.
Great, and I'm in favor of this as well. We have the motion, we have the second. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo is absent.
Thank you, and the motion carries. Thank you so much for bringing that item, Ms. Ballin. Looking forward to it. Can we please move to item number 16? Authorization of the city manager to submit a letter in support of the House of Representatives Bill 8270, the I Am Vanessa Guillen Act of 2020. The item was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Mendoza. Ms. Mendoza, would you like to introduce the item?
Yes, well, I'd like Mr. Kimball to explain it and so we can just move forward.
Great.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Yes, so Council Member Mendoza requested that this item be placed on the agenda. So basically, it is support. Council has already adopted a resolution related to the untimely death of Army Specialist Vanessa Guillen at Fort Hood back in July of 2020. That resolution was adopted by City Council, encouraging an investigation of the death of Vanessa Guillen. Since then, in Congress, at the federal level, there's been a introduction of a bill called HR 8270, commonly known as the I Am Vanessa Guillen Act of 2020. Which basically establishes institutional and cultural reforms to the military services, sexual harassment and assault response and prevention programs. If directed, staff can prepare a letter expressing the City of San Fernando's support for this act, for Congress passing this act, and we can circulate it to council for their signature.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza, comments?
Thank you. Yes, I just request the council to please approve this.
I'll second.
The letter of support.
Great, and we have a second. Any further comments, Ms. Ballin and Mr. Gonzalez?
Go ahead and add my signature. You don't need to email me.
Okay. I just like again to compliment Councilmember Mendoza for bringing forward two very important items tonight. Great job, Councilmember Mendoza. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I think you've done a great job and shown great leadership on this issue as well. So I'm happy to support it as well. So we have a motion, and I believe it's been seconded. So if we can have a roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo is absent.
The motion carries. Thank you for this item. Believe now we will be moving to general council comments and liaison updates. We can start with Ms. Mary Mendoza.
Oh, I participated in the Library Commission meeting, as well as I'm on the subcommittee for education. And we're working on how to get the word out on the services that the libraries provide. There's so many services. I'm just like amazed what they have for the toddlers, for, those in elementary school, junior high, and the senior. They have a senior STEAMers program. So I'd like to see how maybe we can do something with our library to get the information out to our community. And so maybe I'll collaborate with her and see what we can do to move forward on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Ms. Ballin?
We're going to be taking a vote on who is going to be the chairperson for the Metropolitan Water District on October the 13th. We have the current chairwoman running again. She's the second woman ever elected as chair, the first woman of color. And for the very first time in its 92-year history, we have a Latino who is also running for chair. So I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. They're both great candidates. Oh my God, it's so stressful. I can't even tell you. But on the council comment side of it, I just once again want to emphasize be careful when you get these hit pieces in the mail. They're not from residents. They're from a special interest group. And I think when you find out who these people are, it might disgust you. I know it disgusts me. So they need to stay out of our election. We need to do the research on each of the candidates and make an independent decision based on our values if they're aligned with our candidate. So again, oh, and I would like to make a recommendation, Nick. I think for our next couple of meetings, we need to agendize election update to have the city clerk give us an update as to what's going on at the beginning of the meeting, because people tune in the beginning of the meeting. At this point of time, they're asleep, most of them, and there's some that really want to be asleep, but they're not. Anyway, it would just be really great if she can give us an update. And I am not probably not going to go over this again the next round, unless we get another hit piece. So then I'll just have nothing but to spend a lot of time talking about it. But I am proud, and I want to thank the business owners that contacted me, and they're very pissed off, including the ones in Silmar, and the residents are very upset. And most of them have all pretty much have a general idea as to who has put this hit piece up. So with that, I'm done. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you so much. To give a brief update, we had a Metro ad hoc committee meeting, and I actually wanted to see if staff can talk about it a little bit. But also before that, I did receive a phone call today stating that they came out with their EIR and that they're actually looking at doing 2 phases. And phase 1 does not include San Fernando, that it would actually stop the East San Fernando Transportation Corridor will stop at San Fernando Road and Van Nuys, and it will not go down down our corridor to the Hubbard station. So I don't know if our staff or anybody has heard or had the opportunity to read that yet, but I received a phone call today telling me about that. Oh,
We have not had a chance to review in detail the EIR yet. It just came out on, I think it was just posted on Friday. But yeah, we will be actually this week taking a look at that, and obviously, like I said, on the 19th, there's going to be additional opportunity to get feedback from Metro. And I believe as part of the Service Council, Councilmember Gonzalez, I believe later this week, you'll also be receiving a presentation from Metro.
correct. And I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to be able to work with staff and work with council, obviously, that we continue to be adamant that, I mean, if it is going into 2 separate phases of construction now, then that means we will not be affected by any type of construction. We will not be affected by any more train delays. It's just kind of status quo. But if they do actually continue with just doing the whole corridor, then we will have severely greater headways going through our city. And I really, really do suggest that we do some type of grade separation to eliminate that, to upgrade our safety aspects. And there are ways that we can do it by doing not necessarily a cut and cover, but maybe a cut with open trench, so it decreases the cost. And then their streets will just go directly over the trains, and you'll no longer have any situations where we can have a train versus car anymore accident. It will no longer stop. The train will never stop our cars anymore. It's just the best way to go. And we talked about that a little bit, or actually in great detail with our ad hoc committee. I don't know if staff or vice mayor wants to add anything else to that.
I think from a staff perspective, so we do want to prepare something for council, and we'll prepare a memo of talking points. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it right now, just again, because it's not necessarily an agendized item, and I don't think we want to get too into the weeds, but again, this will be a very significant discussion item in 2 weeks. So we'll probably provide a memo with some talking points to all city council prior to the meeting 2 weeks from now. That will, and we may need to call another ad hoc committee meeting, vice mayor and council member to review, Gonzalez to review, some of the talking points before we share them with all council.
And then I just want to say, obviously, once again, thank you for everything you do, staff, and anyone who's listening through this. It's been definitely difficult for me through this COVID period. I am the type of person that likes to sit across from someone and take care of business, and just doing it the way we're doing it has been difficult. But especially, I mean, the very first time I got to meet some of our staff, or even see them in months, was at the most recent groundbreaking or opening ceremony for Starbucks. So it's been difficult, but I think we just need to continue doing what we're doing, staying socially distant, making sure that we're staying safe, not only for our loved ones, but other people's loved ones. And just thank you, everyone, being patient and continuing to do the great work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. And I'll begin my comments with the light rail issue. I am just as concerned as Mr. Gonzalez is about the impact to traffic that an at-grade light rail would be for Brand and for Hubbard. I think the grade separation would be a fantastic idea, and I really hope that it's financially feasible. It's a bit troubling to hear that the light rail project might be going in 2 phases, but during the meeting, it was kind of becoming more clear to me that Metro and its requests for, I believe, 11 properties in San Fernando, portion of the police department, a large, or if not the entire portion of that Subway auto parts property, as well as their insistence that the train have the right of way, as well as their insistence that it be at grade, started to make me think about whether San Fernando getting the light rail is really the best thing for it. And so I do want the residents to be involved in this decision because it's so important. And I thank staff for keeping us in the loop. And yeah, I think we had requested that, ad hoc had requested that we chat with some members of Metro before the 19th. So hopefully we can do that to kind of touch base and not be surprised as to what's going to be occurring on that meeting, which is turning out to be a super important meeting. I hope everybody can make it. Secondly, I'd like to speak briefly about the tree ad hoc. We had a great meeting with tree people. Mr. Gonzalez and I had the opportunity to, he's great friends with them. I had met them for the first time. And I'm very excited to report that, they are looking for more. It was reiterated that of the 700 or so trees that are parts of the Tree People grant, that around 300 or 400 or so have been planted. And so we are roughly halfway there. And so residents will be seeing some tree planters in the parkways and streets, making some more progress on this grant, which I think is great. Secondly, we touched upon the Glen Oaks project and its need for trees in its parkways and so forth. And it turns out that we might need around 135 trees. There's around 135 vacant areas where trees could be planted along the Glen Oaks renovation project. And I personally think that, taking it piecemeal, not overwhelming staff, not overwhelming tree people, but having a methodical strategy as to how we can go and fill these empty tree wells and so forth, with a variety of California native trees. I think will do a lot to improve not only the look and feel of Glen Oaks, but also the air quality. There's a few bus stops along Glen Oaks. And I think it's an opportunity for us to think long-term, just like you're supposed to do, right, on tree planting strategies. So I hope that, we will keep working hard as to how we can go about finding proper funding and help for these tree wells along Glen Oaks. And we also inquired as to, what big picture is, and they threw out the number that there's around 2,500 areas where we could plant trees. There could be around 2,500 trees going into the ground. And so, I think as we grow, as we continue to prioritize conservation, better air quality, planting trees, and all the positive benefits that they have in terms of energy costs even. I hope that our tree ad hoc and council in general will continue to have the vision to give a step-by-step plan for staff to go about continuing to plant these trees in the ground. Next, I also want to, pardon me, comment briefly on the election. I really hope for anyone left listening that we all make a plan to vote. We can go to iwillvote.com. There's tools online where we can even track our ballot that we mentioned in the last council meeting. And so, excuse me, it's great to hear that we have several voting locations in the works, as well as our drop-off locations as well. I believe they're located at City Hall and Pioneer Park. And I encourage residents to vote early. And, if there's any question, track your ballot and really make sure that your vote counts. I think it's something that's very important this year. And, to Ms. Valens' comments about election news and propaganda, I also want to echo the sentiment that voters should be well informed and be careful what they read on Facebook and on Twitter. We have uncovered a lot of evidence about foreign actors, even hackers and so forth, spreading misinformation, doctored videos, photoshopped this and that. And so, I also want to encourage vigilance in that regard. I did also want to make a brief comment on the public comment from earlier on Tesla. I think, the downtown area is full of opportunity, so to speak. And there are lots of areas that City Council and staff is prioritizing finding ways to catalyze and reinvigorate the business climate. And so I am absolutely, confident that through adequate public outreach and through sensible policymaking here on City Council, that our planning strategies are robust and they are clear and thoughtful. And I always want to encourage members of the community to, be involved in the planning here in San Fernando, because that's the best way to help maintain our charm and really have that community input that we need going forward. So with that, that concludes my general council comments. I believe now if I can entertain a motion for adjournment.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Mendoza. Thank you. Ms. Fritz?
Yes, may I also add, will you be adjourning in memory of Kevin.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. I have it right in here. Thank you, thank you. Yes, if we can close in memory of Kevin Verdi. Thank you to Chief Viro for sharing those sentiments. And if we can close the meeting in memory of Kevin Verdi. Thank you, Ms. Fritz.
Okay, would you like a roll call?
Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin. Appears she is no longer with us during this meeting, so I will count her as absent. Vice Mayor Pacheco
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo is absent.
Okay, the motion carries 3-0. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.